Good morning, everyone. Aloha mai kako. This is the November 2nd, 2022 Land Use Commission meeting. I want to check right off. Mr. Morris, can you hear me through the Zoom on audio? Thumbs up.
Yes, I
see.
can. Thank you.
And I can hear you very well also, so that's great. This is an in-person meeting which is being held at the University of Hawaii at Hilo Campus Center Facility, room 301-200, West Kavili Street, Hilo, and it's open to the general public. We are doing a Zoom recording of this meeting, and we're using that for court reporting transcriptions. For all meeting participants, I would like to stress the importance of speaking slowly, clearly, and directly into the microphone. Before speaking, please state your name and identify yourself for the record. Even though this is an in-person meeting, please be aware that all meeting participants are being recorded on the digital record of this Zoom meeting for court reporting purposes. Your continued participation is your implied consent to be part of the public record of this event. If you do not wish to be part of the public record, you should exit the meeting now. We'll share with all participants that we will be taking breaks from time to time, typically a 5 to 10 minute break on an hourly basis. My name is Dan Giovanni, and I have the pleasure to serve as the LUC chair. We currently have 9 seated commissioners, and along with me today are 6 commissioners. Lee Ohigashi is commissioner from Maui, Commissioner Don Chang from Oahu, Commissioner Kamakea Ohelo from Oahu, Commissioner George Atta from Oahu, Commissioner Michael Yamane is from Kauai. Commissioners Nancy Cabral from Hilo, Gary Okuda from Oahu, and Commissioner Mel Kahele from Oahu are excused today. Also in attendance are, to my immediate right, LUC Executive Officer Daniel Orendanker. We have LUC Staff Planner Riley Hakoda, LUC Staff Planner Martina Segura, LUC Chief Clerk Ariana Kwan. And participating by Zoom from Oahu is the LUC Attorney General Dan Morris. Again, court reporting transcriptions are being done from this Zoom meeting. So our first order of business is the adoption of the October 5th and 6th, 2022 minutes. Ms. Kwan, has there been any written testimony submitted on the October 5th and 6th minutes?
No, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any members of the public in attendance today who have signed up to testify on the adoption of the October 5th and 6th minutes? Ms. Kwan. Seeing none, commissioners, are there any corrections or comments on the minutes from the October 5th or 6th? Hearing none, is there a motion to adopt the minutes from the October 5th and 6th?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Leo Gashi.
I move to adopt.
Thank you. Do I have a second to the motion?
I second.
So seconded. All in favor of the minutes, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All in, any opposed? The minutes are adopted. Thank you. The next agenda item is our tentative meeting schedule. Mr. Orendanker, could you share with us?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On November 16th, we will be on Maui for the Kulama Lanai Miki Basin matter, Mr. Family Amendment. On Oahu, on the December 7th, we will be on Oahu for the Haseko matter. On December 8th, we will be on the Big Island, hopefully in Kona for the YO Limited Partnership matter. On January 11th, we will be on Maui for the Kulama Lanai Miki Basin. And that takes us through the schedule up until January. We still have tentative meetings scheduled for the rest of the year, and we would urge the commissioners to keep those dates open until we tell them otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me inform everyone as our next meeting on November 16th will be held at a remote location. We intend to work through lunch. I would like to request that the staff arrange for lunch to be provided to the commission to facilitate the meeting. Let the record show Ms. Kwan nodded her head in agreement. That lunch is very important. Our fourth order of business is a status and progress report from A02737, University of Nations BENCORP, Hawaii. Yes, sir.
I'd like to mention that I worked on this project. And so, but that's been many years ago. Yeah. Yeah, I'd like to mention to the audience that I worked on the master plan for this project many years ago, about almost 20 years ago. Yeah, so, but I don't think this would affect my decision making. Yeah.
That was Commissioner Atta speaking for the record. So does anyone have any concerns or questions to Commissioner Atta about his continued involvement in this hearing?
Good morning, Chair. Yeah, no objections or question from petitioner.
Thank you. Department of Planning from University from Hawaii Island. Any objection?
No objections.
Thank you. Office of Planning.
We have no objection.
Thank you. So Commissioner Atta, please continue. We thank you for the disclosure. Any other disclosures from commissioners on this matter? Hearing none, let me briefly explain our procedure. First, I will update the record. Next, I will ask the parties to identify themselves formally. Then I will recognize the written public testimony that has been submitted in this matter, identifying the person or organizations who have submitted the testimony. Next, I will call for members of the public who wish to testify on the U of N BENCORP status and progress report. Members of the public will have 2 minutes to provide their testimony and should stand by after their testimony to respond to any questions the parties or commissioners may have. When all questions have been completed, the chair will excuse the witness and call the next witness to enter the witness box. After completion of the public testimony portion of the proceedings, the chair would like the petitioner to provide its status report. The chair will then call on the city and county pardon me, this is county. That's all right. The chair will then call on the County of Hawaii Planning Department and the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development for comments regarding the status report. The petitioner will then be allowed to respond to comments made by the county and the Office of Planning. The commissioners will ask questions of the parties at the conclusion of each of their presentations. At the conclusion of the parties' testimony and commissioners' questions, the general public will be granted a second opportunity to provide public testimony in the same manner as set forth previously. Once public testimony concludes, the commission will enter deliberations regarding the status report and if any action is necessary. The chair would also like to note for the parties and the public that from time to time, I will be calling short breaks, as I said earlier. Are there any questions on our procedure for today from the parties?
Thank you, Chair. None from petitioner.
Thank you.
No questions from the county.
Thank you.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me update the record. On August 8th, 2003, the commission issued its decision and order and granted the petition subject to 19 conditions. On August 8th, 2022, the LUC received the petitioner's 2022 annual report. On September 12th, 2022, the LUC received the petitioner's 2022 supplemental annual report. On September 26, 2022, the LUC staff emailed the petitioner that a status report hearing was being scheduled. On October 21st, 2022, the LUC mailed and emailed the agenda notice for November 2nd, 2022 LUC meeting to the parties and statewide and to Hawaii mailing lists. This time, I'd like the parties to identify themselves. The petitioner.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners Derek Simon and Catherine Garson on behalf of University of the Nations Kona Inc. I apologize for the franticness over here. We're trying to get our PowerPoint working, but we thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Could you state again your last name?
Derek Simon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
County of Hawaii.
Good morning. Deputy Corporation Counsel Susanna Tiapula with Deputy Director Jeff Darrow for the county.
Thank you. And OPSD.
Good morning, Deputy Attorney General Brian Yee on behalf of the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development. With me is Lorraine Maki from the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development. And I particularly would like to welcome our new LUD Chief, Katia Balaciano.
Could you say that again, that last part?
Don't ask them to.
I was afraid you were going to ask me. I believe it.
I like it when Mr. Yee stumbles just a bit.
Balaciano, I think.
Very good. Thank you. Public testimony. For the members of the public, again, please be reminded that the commission will not be considering the merits of this petition. Rather, the commission is interested in learning about the current state of the activities related to the docket, including compliance with the 19 conditions, and will consider whether action is necessary. I will now recognize the written public testimony submitted in this matter, identifying the person or organization submitting the testimony. Ms. Kwan, has there been any written testimony submitted in this matter?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we received 3 written testimonies from Corey Harden, Janice Palma Glennie, and Boys and Girls Club of the Big Island.
Thank you. Now I will call for any members of the public to provide testimony on this agenda item. Are there any members of the public present who would like to testify in person?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have Daniel Kikawa. Did I say that right? Okay. Ready for testimony.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kikawa, would you state your name and your address, please, and your affiliation?
Daniel Kikawa. I'm pastor at HMC Ohana Church, 1044 Komohana Street, Hilo.
Thank you. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give today is the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please proceed. You have 2 minutes.
I just wanted to say that I really support the expansion of the university. They have really added to the island as far as not only bringing in finances, but with the expertise they bring, and because of the their desire to serve nations around the world, but they'll test things out here as they practice those things like permaculture. They've had experts in permaculture come here, and we, all the public, can come there. They have experts in language here. They have a free Hawaiian language class for adults on the campus. And the more they expand and these experts come in and the students come and help in the community. And so they've served us already. We're working on a housing project with Mayor Roth, and they've already offered expertise and labor. And again, with all the different experts that come in, it has been a really a blessing to us. They've already helped with recovering materials that we can use for these things. And it'll be more for us in this community to have all of this funds coming in and all of these experts from around the world and the service they do for the community here, because that's their heart. This is their main campus, and their heart is to work with the community and to serve the community. And so they have done that as part of the students. They need to come and serve in the community. That's part of what they do. And of course, you have young students coming in. It's not all perfect, but they are working with us in the community to keep it the best possible. And the benefits far outweigh any of the negatives. Because around the world, they have bases, they have extensions around the world. They bring in experts that the university doesn't contact. So it's been a great benefit.
Does that conclude your testimony?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Petitioner, you have any questions for this witness?
None other than to thank Pastor Chinnan for his time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. County, do you have any questions?
No questions. And again, thank you for testifying.
Thank you. OPSD, any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming forward. Do we have any other public testifiers? Anybody else from the public wishing to testify today?
No, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kwan. Now that the public testimony has been completed, we'll move on to hearing from the parties. Petitioner, Mr. Simon, will you please provide your status report?
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. Once again, Derek Simon, Kathy Garson on behalf of petitioner. With me today is David Hamilton, President and CEO of UNK, as well as Jeff Overton, Principal Planner at G70 Group. If you could give me just a moment to get my PowerPoint up, I think Ariana's did. Okay, if we could just give me 2 minutes to get the PowerPoint up. I think
Certainly.
we have a fix.
Would you like us to just take a pause for 2 minutes?
If you don't mind, I hate to
No
inconvenience.
problem. We'd be happy to do that.
Thank you, Chair.
We're back on the record. It's 9:29. Mr. Simon, can you give the chair an indication of your presentation duration or what you plan to do and whether and who you'll be calling as witnesses?
Of course, you're stealing part of the thunder from my little intro I had, but we'll have two presenters. I'll give a brief overview myself, and then David Hamilton will speak on behalf of the University of the Nations, and then Jeffrey Overton will speak for as University of the Nations planner who's doing the planning work for this. I would estimate maybe 2.5 hours to get through both of them.
Okay, very well.
Thereabouts,
That's without questions.
Yeah, without questions. I think that's about what we're tracking. It could be shorter.
Okay, please proceed.
Okay. Good morning, once again, Chair and Commissioners. Derek Simon, Kathy Garson with UNK. First and foremost, I want to apologize to the Commission that it felt a status report was necessary. Hopefully, the presentation today will answer some of your questions and allay some of your concerns. A brief summary about UNK from me, just because I know we have some new faces on the Commission. Mr. Hamilton will go into this in further detail during his presentation. But the University of the Nations is a part of a global network of mission-based educational institutions. At its core, the university is fundamentally an organization that is intended to do good. It provides critical services to portions of the populations, both in Kona and globally, that need them the most. And they have a very strong track record of providing service to the Kona community. Thank you. Ariana, if we could go to I forgot, Ariana will actually be part of our presentation now because of some technical difficulties. So we thank her very much. If you could go to the third slide, Ariana. There we go. Thank you, Ariana.
Almost.
The third, that should be the third slide, that overview. And if you could hit slideshow tab up at the top, and there we go. Okay, this just gives you an overview of the petition area. It's the two parcels outlined in yellow. The existing campus is outlined in white and is immediately adjacent to the petition area. The master plan that is before the commission's previously been updated on is a planned campus expansion of the existing campus onto the petition area. And really as Mr. Chinnen spoke to earlier, an expanded campus will simply expand the capacity for the university to do good and provide its service. Ariana, can you go to the next slide, please? So this is an overview of the master plan as it currently sits. The commission saw a version of this back in July 2020, and it looks substantially the same as both Mr. Hamilton and Mr. Overton will get into later in the presentation. A few dorms have been removed, a few classrooms have been removed, but other than that, it should look substantially the same and familiar to the commission. Next slide, Ariana. This kind of gives a rundown of what's happened since July 2020. As some of you may recall, July 23rd, 2020, we had a status report, I believe technically in Kona, but it was via Zoom. The university presented its motion amendment that is currently pending with the university and informed the commission that it would, the project would be triggering Chapter 343 environmental review, and that the university would be, meeting with the Office of Planning, the county and the LUC staff to discuss the EIS and next steps. So that coordination went on. Actually, I think the week after that status report, the university, Ms. Garson and myself both met with the county and LUC staff and OP. Late 2020, we coordinated the filing of a motion. It's sort of a formal motion that the commission requires for it to initiate the Chapter 343 process and be the accepting authority for an EIS. That motion was filed in January. It was heard and granted in February. And then in March 2021, the university published its EISPN or Environmental Impact Statement Preparation Notice and held a scoping meeting. And so we're here today to talk to the commission about what's happened since, what hasn't happened since, and when those next steps will happen and why. Ariana, can you go to the next slide? And as I mentioned earlier, we have David Hamilton, President and CEO of the University of the Nation, sitting to my right. And so we're going to get started with his portion of the presentation. David, can you provide the commission with a little insight into your educational professional background, as well as your various roles with the commission, with the university?
Good morning to everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to be before you and just share our story as we make this petition known. So my undergraduate studies, I graduated Bachelor of Arts in Political Science and double majored in French and out of Cornell College in Iowa. Later on, I studied and got a Master's of Arts in Biblical Studies from the University of the Nations. That's been my upbringing, and part of my education has been a very global. I grew up in Bolivia and South America, Bolivia and Peru in South America, and during my lifetime have been and traveled over to 200 countries in the purposes of this mission. So shortly after graduating from my undergraduate work.
Excuse me, I forgot to put your testimony under oath. So would you state your name and for the record one more time, please?
Sure, glad to do so. My name is David Hamilton, and I live in Kona, Hawaii.
Mr. Hamilton, do you swear that testimony today will be the truth?
I do, sir.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. So shortly after graduating from with my bachelor's, I joined Youth with a Mission, got training with them in missions in the Netherlands, and that was in May of 1977, so 45.5 years ago. And I have pursued this career my whole adult life. I began as a single, married, then have 4 children who grew up in this context. They're all married, and 9 grandchildren. So 2 of my children were born in Hawaii, 2 were born in Chile, because we've lived in different parts of the world. So professionally within this Youth with a Mission, I have been directors of different bases that we've pioneered, different parts of the world. The University of the Nations, I have served for the last 18 years as Vice President for Strategic Innovation globally for the University of the Nations, and currently also serve as President and CEO of the University of the Nations Kona campus.
Thank you, David. So you mentioned Youth with a Mission, which I think is also referenced as YWAM sometimes, and the commissioners might be a little confused about the connection between the University of the Nations Kona, larger University of the Nations, and YWAM. Can you explain a little bit of that to them?
Yeah, so Youth with a Mission, the abbreviation is YWAM, we say YWAM, was founded in 1960, and it currently has permanent ongoing activities in 192 countries. Over these last 62 years, there have been more than 4 million people who have participated in our programs, tens of millions who benefited from the services provided by our programs all around the world. The last count we had 210 different nationalities on our staff globally, about 40,000 staff who serve as volunteers, raise their own funds to be able to do good to neighbors in the name of Christ. So Youth with a Mission has a threefold purpose of sharing good news of the gospel, of training and equipping people in various skills, and thirdly, and to be able to bring compassion ministries, particularly to the poor and needy, those who have suffered from disasters or war or refugees or various kinds of hardships. So those are the areas that we work in. The University of the Nations, U of N, is a subset of Youth with a Mission. It's one of the things that we do in the training area. And so whereas YWAM is in 192 countries, we have U of N in 161 countries. Bricks and mortar, although in some places more like adobe and thatch, training in places around the world. So some 800 locations where that is going on, serving people in all different capacities. First of all, giving them a foundation of character, of integrity, and a lifestyle of service, and then equipping them for various vocations across our 800 campuses. The U of N Kona campus was formed in 1978. So it's been, well, let's see, that's 44 years ago. And so that has been, it's one of our larger campuses globally. Among the 800 campuses. Some are small, many medium-sized, and several score that are large, like the U of N campus in Kona.
Thank you, David. And just to make it clear, so you're saying YWAM is a larger global mission-based organization. University of the Nations generally is a network of educational institutions, and UNK is the Kona campus of that.
Yeah, that is correct. So the U of N is a subset. A university is a part of Youth with a Mission, and it's a very unique university. It's built on a modular system, so someone can actually start in a course in South Africa, continue in Switzerland, then go to Thailand, and end up their career in Hawaii. And so it's connected globally in a remarkable way.
Thank you, David. Ariana, can we go to the next slide? Perfect. Thank you so much. David, can you explain to the commission a little bit about the types of service that UNK provides to the local Kona community?
Yes, what you have on the screen is just a sample of some of the various ways in which we serve. Our commitment is always to do good where we are and equip people to serve there and to whatever nation they go to. So in Kona, We have helped establish the Aloha Kona Urgent Care. And Dr. Curry, who's with me today, was a part of that process of creating a facility for medical services. Many of our staff are doctors or nurses and medical training of background, and so created this entity to serve a need where there was what was felt in our community. And so they've been particularly keen contributing services during the recent COVID pandemic. There are a number of other things here. The Kamaina Hale Affordable Housing Project is adjacent to the campus on the north side, and that has 128 units that we manage. We took this on in 2014 because the state that was running it was losing $300,000 a year. So we took over the stewardship of it. At the time, it was only 40% occupied. And so we invested over $2 million into getting rid of the asbestos in the roofs and upgrading the kitchens. And now it's almost fully occupied. So there are 126 families that occupy that place. And about a third of them are people who have qualified for affordable housing, who are also on our staff, but it is not designed for our staff. It's for the community. There's no preference to our staff. And so we are serving 80 some families that otherwise would find it very difficult. That unit alone represents something like 10% of the affordable housing on the West Hawaii. We have, going down the list, the foster care program. When there are children who are at risk, the Hawaii Department of Human Services often contacts us to help with the solution, and we're delighted to do so. We have taken in over 30 children by different staff members of the U of N Kona campus in the fosters program. But not only have we provided foster care for some of the children at risk, but we serve other families that are providing foster care. So you see the Family Fridays Child Care Program, where we actually send our volunteers, our staff and students to babysit for a while, so mom and dad can get a break and they can have a little bit of go out and do shopping or do whatever they need to do. So we're trying to serve that whole community and really also serve the families that have required of foster care, and to help them get their lives back together so they can be able to take care of their own children. And we've also done a lot for the support of the homeless. We have done food distribution, various programs. More than just caring for their physical needs, we seek to touch them in a way that gives them dignity in the midst of the difficult circumstances they're living in. So we will hold events from time to time where people will come in and we'll help do laundry for them. We will provide free haircuts and manicures for the ladies, and just try to do the things that normally you wouldn't think about doing for people in that indigent situation, just to honor and try to speak dignity and value into their lives.
Okay, let's shift gears a little bit. David, one of the things that the university did highlight in its annual reports to the commission in 2022 was COVID impact. So let's talk about that a little bit. Sorry, that's not changing. Thank you, Aaron. What I put up for the commission is sort of just a rough timeline, and it's not complete, but it's pretty thorough, of the various kind of milestones and rule changes that occurred with COVID. And Mr. Hamilton will explain here in a moment kind of how these seem to have affected the university in particular.
Yeah, so as we went into the COVID season, thank you, sir. As we went into the COVID season, as you all are aware, it was difficult for everybody. as many restrictions and requirements were needed to be embraced. But perhaps of all the different entities in the state, it was the educational institutions that had the strictest requirements put upon them, just because of wanting to make sure that they would not be super spreaders. And so it took us, just a lot of effort to make it through the COVID period. So in March 2022, we are on a quarterly basis. So our students come for 3 months of intensive training on our campus that normally go 3 months on an outreach field assignment, some kind of practical expression, implementation of their skills that they've learned. And then they come back for another 3 months. And we had, between our students that were on campus and those who are on our internship programs, we had about 1,000 students that mid-quarter had to be completely shut down and they're going home. So our students represent people from 45, 50 countries, most quarters. And so in this international effort, when they went home and they came from South Africa, or they came from Switzerland, or they came from Cambodia, they came from Brazil, there was just no way for them to come back. The next 2 quarters, we were not able to have any students come. And so obviously that is a huge loss of revenue. You don't have tuition coming in at that time. And there are costs that are fixed and permanent throughout that time. So you have mortgage payments or utilities or insurance costs that continue. We began in Q4 of 2020 to begin the process of getting people back. And part of it, again, is Dr. Curry, who's here, who has a degree in tropical diseases and transmittable disease, infectious diseases from Johns Hopkins University. And that we were able to set up protocols in cooperation with the health department of the county to be able to bring our students back safely. But it required, at that time, huge extra efforts, 2 weeks of quarantine in our dorm rooms. Instead of having the normal occupancy, they were maximum half of the occupancy. And then 2 weeks of quarantine, that meant they couldn't leave their rooms. And our staff who were delivering food, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, dorm room by dorm room, just an incredible amount of effort to try to get things back and operating. But we maintained very high standards of those protocols for health reasons, and kept all the quarantines and all those rules, and kept the vaccination. We were able to start getting things back into normal again. It's only been in this recent quarter that we're in right now, the Q4 of this year, that things are back to normal, because it was only in June of this year that the US opened up all the restrictions on international travel. And we were able to have people fly in from Latin America, Africa, Asia, and other parts of the world to come, along with all of our local Hawaiians and Americans that are here. So we're really delighted to report that we're back and fully reopened, and our enrollment numbers are back up to where we were pre-COVID.
Thanks, David. I just had Ariana pull up a graph that shows your enrollment numbers beginning in 2015 and going through Q3 of 2022. Can you kind of talk the commission through the trend, the pre-COVID trend, the impact of COVID on the enrollment numbers, and then sort of the recovery?
Okay, so you have 4 colors. The 2 blue colors are what we call our discipleship training school. That's our entry-level program. In a sense, you could say it's like our entrance exam. People walk through this, and the focus is on really developing integrity of character and a heart of service as the foundation before you go into any other vocational training. And and then the yellow and orange are some of those vocational training courses, the upper level courses that we offer. the reason there are the two colors in blue and the two colors above is one, the lower one in each case is the internationals. And those are non-Americans who come, and the upper one is the Americans. As you look over the years, our fall, winter, and spring quarters are regularly where we have our most students, the fall quarter being the largest. You can see in the summertime, like in every university, that's when we don't have our regular U of N courses as much, but we ran various seminars and camps and youth programs. And over the years, if you look at that trend, you can see the number going upwards from 2015, 16, 17, 18 to 19. And then that 2020, that first quarter, which is still, your third highest line at that point, that was the one that was interrupted and people had to go home. And then you see the next two quarters where we had no new students arriving, and we just had vestiges of those who were already in place and who couldn't travel. In quarter 4 of 2020, we began the process of rebuilding. We don't have the recent, this current quarter on that chart, but that current quarter would have the numbers up to equivalent or a little bit higher than the large quarter and that we had in 2019. So we've come back to our full capacity at this time. Let me just say though, as you look carefully, we still see that the numbers of our students coming back are predominantly Americans. Our international numbers are still less than what the percentage rise than what we've normally had. And that's because of the international factors of still the complexity of travel internationally in this post-COVID world.
Thank you, David. So a moment ago, we talked about some services that the university has historically provided to the Kona community. Can you focus a little bit more on the services that the university was able to provide to the community, even in the midst of all the impacts from COVID?
Yeah, so everyone experienced additional needs. And so our community experienced additional needs. So we try to up our game in caring for that. Again, the medical care provided through Aloha Kona Urgent Care was one of those means. Our increased activity among the homeless in Kona at that time. I made mention of those in the past already. A couple other things to mention. Many of our high schools and educational institutions were closed or had limited activities during that time. And for those involved in sports, high school students who in this junior, senior year do football combines or do volleyball tournaments and stuff like that, those things were not happening because of COVID. And we were able to provide those services on our campus, and where they were not, because of the protocols that we kept that were not allowable in the public institutions, and kept some of those events open so that the scouts who would come and give scholarships for people to get college training were greatly touched. We were impacted by one father who came to us and with tears in his eyes thanked us because his son got a football scholarship because of the combine that held on campus, and his daughter has similarly got a scholarship for the university on because of a volleyball event that she had attended. And he told us with gratefulness that in their family line, in their family story, these were the first two that were going to be able to go to university. And it was us been helping provide, make our land available, our sport facilities available during that time to the community when the community was in need, that helped his family achieve some goals that they were longing to do. We serve a variety of different, not only sport things with the education, but also after school programs, one of them with the Boys and Girls Clubs. And again, in this time, they were not able to always operate in the public facilities that they were accustomed to. So we opened up our campus. So after school programs, we have 50 kids every afternoon who come onto our campus in partnership with Boys and Girls Club and are getting educational assistance in their own development.
Thank you, David. All right, can we go to the next slide? Okay. Okay, so we've kind of walked the commission through early days of COVID, you know, and sort of come out of it. Can you explain to the commission a little bit about how the university's recovered from the impacts of COVID and sort of the trajectory it's on now?
Okay, so we have, like you saw in that chart, our enrollment of our students is back. Many of our staff are from this nation and from the nations. And so many had to leave in 2020, but they are coming back. And so we're very delighted that we're back at those levels. Of course, during the COVID era, it was just very hard to do all the things that we needed to do. Already our enrollments, the registrations for courses for 2023, we're going to be growing and beyond anything that we've seen in the past. And we've been able to return all of our efforts to the functions of development. So much during COVID was trying to survive, trying to make it through and not go under, to keep our services open and functional and our doors open. And delighted to report that in the midst of all of the financial and logistical operational hardship, we were able to avoid going into the red, and we've come through. And actually this last fiscal year that just concluded, 2021, 2022, has been our best fiscal year ever. So we are really very encouraged by our growth in students and staff and financial capabilities.
Thanks, Dave. Thank you, David. So we know one thing that the commission is interested in hearing about, and you alluded to, you know, some impacts during COVID on the financial health of the university. And you hit on that a little bit a moment ago, but can you kind of elaborate on that for the commission a bit?
Yes. I'm grateful that you've come to the Big Island at some point in the future. If you would like to host a meeting, we'd love to host you there. That you can see the facility that is of the university that's adjacent to the property that's in question. And we have a very solid community. It's been there for 44 years. We bought the Pacific Empress Hotel, which was dilapidated shambles at the time. And we restored those original 4 buildings, built another 26 buildings. Now our existing campus, we have built over 370 square feet of facilities, 30 major buildings. Their current replacement value for those 30 buildings is $109 million. So over these years, we've built a very solid facility that serves us. And of course, that $109 million represents just the replacement value of the buildings, does not include the value of the land or fixtures, furnishings, and equipment that we have. One of the things that has happened in this year, I was asked last year, as in preparation for a transition, to become the president and CEO designate. And at that time, we started off a financial campaign. This is May of 2021. And the result of that campaign is that we were able to completely pay off all of our mortgage. So in January 29th of this year, we're completely debt-free. There's no lien on the property. So we're in a very healthy state. This is the first time in the 44 years that we've carried outside loans, and that's been covered. And that capital campaign also has enabled us to finish off a couple of buildings that were in process and do some other rehabilitation and renewal of buildings. And so it's been a very positive time this last year coming out of COVID and seeing our campus financially much more very stable and our building programs are growing. So we are getting ready now, having completed that process to, as we clarify all the elements with our master plan and the LUC to be able to launch the additional capital campaigns as we go forward and see the next stages of growth and development for the University of the Nations.
And just to sorry, David, and just to clarify that the buildings and construction you're referring to, that's on the existing campus adjacent to the petitioner, is that correct?
That's correct. So those are on the 45 acres immediately adjacent to the north of the petition area.
Thanks, David.
And of course, the reason we have this petition area is as we are growing and developing, that we see that the need for the campus to expand into that petition area so we can receive more students and provide more services.
Thanks, David. I'm sorry for interrupting you. So the commission has heard status reports and has reviewed motions filed by the commission, and it's heard some explanations about sort of the university's financing model and how it completes projects, including its existing campus and its campuses around the globe. But can you maybe explain that to the commission a little bit so they have maybe a better understanding of how you raise capital for these types of projects?
Yes, I want to start off by saying thank you to the commission for your patience, your willingness to follow up on our communication. I know that these reports are due every August. I know that now. I became the president and CEO the 1st of August. And so I've been in a very fast learning curve during this time. In our initial letters, we didn't explain or communicate as fully as we would like to. So we're grateful for this opportunity. We serve as an NGO. We're a nonprofit. And like us, there are many around the world. We do it on a faith basis, and others do it for faith basis or just for humanitarian services. We do that very much so. If you think of institutions like the International Red Cross or Habitat for Humanity or World Vision, or just really myriads of other well-known entities who have a solid track record of serving particular causes, they gain a following of people who believe in what they do and are willing to support them on a regular monthly basis or on one-off gifts at different times when there's a campaign. And that's really what we do. So for 62 years, YWAM and University of the Nations has followed this model. We cover some of our costs through our the tuition of our students and the programs, the services we offer, but we try to keep those at minimal levels. We actually reduce the cost for people coming from developing nations so that they are make it easy for people who otherwise would not have educational opportunities, and to supplement that income. We have people who regularly give to us, who believe in what we're doing, believe in the kind of students we're producing that are graduating with a heart to serve. So this model of fundraising, together with our student tuition, is not unique to the University of the Nations, but we've done this not only in Kona, but in these 800 some locations where there are university expressions around the world. As I mentioned earlier, we've had 4 million people who've gone through our program at some time around the world, and tens of millions that have been touched. So out of this, there are millions of people who've come to know us, who believe in us, who form like a large alumni body, and who stand with us. They support us financially and in other ways. So as we look at this, and we've just, in this last period, even while still in the COVID period, we're able to see monies raised for paying off our mortgage of 4.3 million plus another 4.5 million for development. That's over and above all of our operational costs. We have a great confidence that as we go forward, this blended model that we have has been proven viable and that will be successful as we develop the next phases.
Thank you, David. I apologize to the commission. We had a little technical problem. So instead of having some slides in this show, I had Ariana pull up another one, and David perhaps can walk the commission through some of these slides. They just provide examples of the existing campus and as well as some other facilities that YWAM and the University of the Nations has built across the globe through this financing model.
Mr. Simon, just do a time check. Is this a good logical point to take a 5-minute break?
Yeah, I think that's
Okay, so it's currently 10:07. We'll resume at 10:15.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, back on the record. It is 10:19 by my clock, and Mr. Simon, up to you.
Thank you, Chair. And where we left off, we were talking about the university's financing model, a sort of nonprofit NGO model of fundraising. And Mr. Hampson spoke to some of, more generally about some of the examples of what they've been able to accomplish with that model. But we wanted to present the commission with some specific examples. And again, I apologize that these photos aren't integrated into our other presentation, but we can get through it quickly with Ariana's assistance. So David, why don't you, if you go back one slide real quick. Yeah, David, why don't you talk them through a little bit and I'll help cue Ariana.
Yes, so we mentioned that what we're doing in Kona is part of this network of campuses, university campuses that are all linked together in this one system. So this is a view of a small segment of our campus in Kona and of what we call the Plaza of the Nations and around the fountain. And the flags there represent the flags of the students and faculty that are present on the campus at that given quarter. So it's a wonderful celebration of the international diversity that gathers there. We can just go through these slides fairly quickly if you want to go on. This is our facility in Amsterdam, one of 3 large buildings that we have in that city. Again, training people, young people for service in their community and beyond. The next slide shows a similar facilities. Up in the upper right-hand corner, you get an aerial view of the whole plan and some close-ups of different segments. This is in near Tijuana in Baja California in Mexico, and training there are hundreds of young people every year. This is in Battambang, Cambodia, the second largest city in that nation. And these are just like the previous one, these are buildings that we have built from the ground. This was a rice field 7 years ago. And we have all of those facilities and programs functioning now. This is a part of our campus in Chiang Rai, Thailand. We can go on. And then this is in just a small segment of what we call the oval. There are about another 12 buildings along this large oval in Harpenden, northern London in England. That we used. This is a castle that we acquired in southern Germany in Herlach near Munich, where we run training programs. We've been doing that in that location for 48 years. So that's been a place that have trained hundreds and hundreds of young people every year. So this is in our campus in Jeju and the island of South Korea, and a wonderful facility there. This is an overview, an aerial view of the campus in Kansas City, and a close-up of the Manor House, which you can see kind of in the upper center of that aerial picture. This is our campus in the Midlands of England. We call it the King's Lodge. And we can see this is in Lakeside, Montana. You see the aerial view. This, we took over an old Air Force base and purchased that property and have built it up. And you see some new structures on where they're gathered around a map of the world. This is where we began our first training in Lausanne, Switzerland. The chalet, the 5-story chalet on the right. We began our first training there in 1969 and from expanded there globally. This is Mazatlan, Mexico. This facility and properties adjacent run our schools there in Mexico. We can go on and see this in Orlando, Florida. A couple of the different structures, they have 200 acres of land and that is being developed there in Orlando. This is in Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is our largest piece of land. Do you see just a little bit of the development here? This is, the wall that goes around this land, which you have to build in Nigeria to have ownership. You have to put the wall in, is 18 miles linear feet set. So you can see how they're developing with lots of agriculture. And one of the things may know about Nigeria, there's great troubles in the north, lots of violence, and thousands of widows. And so we've taken hundreds of those widows and bring them to our campus, given them a place for them to stay, given them education, given them a plot of land so that they can recover their life where they have recovered from the ethnic violence that has gone on in the north of the country. This is in San Jose, Costa Rica, an aerial view of the campus that is being built there and one of the first buildings that's gone up. And this is Townsville, Australia in northern Queensland. This whole city block, it was once one of their Taft universities, which we acquired from the city. And we have, again, hundreds of young people go through training here. And this is in Tyler, Texas, and we can just go on. This is in Worcester, South Africa. You see the aerial view of the campus. And then this is our second campus in Kona for YWAM ships, where we're training people to do maritime ministries and take those very practical services to the most remote islands in the Pacific, particularly in Micronesia. And we also have ships that are going into Polynesia and Melanesia. And so taking healthcare, eye cataract surgery, very practical things and mobile dental units, and going to places where have no airstrips, and the only way to get there is by ship. And so we're out of Kona trying to strengthen that service, not only in the Big Island, but from the Big Island throughout our Pacific liquid continent, all of our neighbors on the islands.
Great. Thank you very much, David.
Mr. Simon, just wanted to do a sanity check on the clock. You said 2.5 hours. We're about almost halfway through that.
We
period. Are you
are
still on schedule?
I certainly hope so. We're near the end of Mr. Hamilton's presentation. Mr. Overton's should be shorter.
Okay, let's proceed.
Thank you. David, so thank you for that overview. Another issue we know that the commission is interested in is affordable housing. And you touched a little bit on Kamai Hale earlier, but there's a few other details we do want to hit on with that. So as the commission may remember, and I know some of you weren't here, but as part of the motion amend, Exhibit 17 to the motion amend was a letter from the Office of Housing and Community Development providing its opinion on whether or not the master plan would trigger affordable housing requirements under the Maui County Code. Hawaii County Code, and OHC director confirmed that did not, based on the dormitory uses and the anticipated zoning. Another issue raised in the commission status report was whether there was an agreement with OHCD regarding affordable housing credits for the petition area, and I can confirm that there's no such agreement, and David can as well. And then, as we touched on earlier, we'll speak a little more in depth to now, notwithstanding that, the university's provided significant affordable housing opportunities to the Kona community. And we think that's been a great benefit. So Ariane, if we could go one more slide. This is just a picture of that letter. Again, this is Exhibit 17 to a motion to amend that was filed with the commission. Okay, David, so you talked a moment ago about Kamana Holly, and we'll get back there in a second. Can you talk about the Hualalai Village project, where it's located, and its composition as far as units go?
Yes, so thank you for this opportunity. Once again, though the nature of our project does not require us to provide affordable housing, because all the housing that we're doing is affordable houses for students in dorm rooms, and staff in who are there on the campus. We are concerned about affordable housing. Anyone who lives here in Hawaii is concerned about that situation. And so we have been involved in two projects that have not been required of us, but have been desired by us. And one is the Hualalai project, which is Mauka of the existing campus and of the petition area that we're looking at. And this is a 62 units, and it was really modeled after what several universities have done in the mainland in high cost of living areas, as like in California and New York, in creating a land trust so that staff and qualified people could come into the place and live there at a reasonable price. So we've established that and make these condos available, these 62 units available at a below, with the land trust at a below market value. And many of the people who are taking advantage of that are people who are working at the university. Many of them had lived in Hawaii for 10, 15 years prior, had been in rental situations, and now this gives them a place of just of greater stability and affordability. And so others who beyond our faculty and staff also have access to those units, but that's the main focus that we have there. And this was built from the ground up by us.
Thank you, David. So it sounds like, similar to doctor and nurses, the ability to attract good staff and faculty is also dependent upon how the availability of housing. And so that the Hualalai Village housing project allows the university to attract qualified staff and faculty. Is that right?
Yeah, if you come from South Africa and you look at the prices here, it is people can't figure out how to get there. So it is a service that we provide for our people. And there was both people who are coming in from outside who are becoming residents of Hawaii. But like I said, many of them have been long-term residents of Hawaii, either Hawaiian or Pacific Islander background, or others who've resided in this area. Because we bring these young people in and who grow up into these professionals, they often meet their future spouse at the university, get married, they have their children, and they put down their roots and become residents of Hawaii. And so it's helping them have a reasonable way forward to establish their families and their service in the university.
There we go. Thanks, David. And so as I mentioned, and you discussed earlier, there's also the Kama'aina Holly project, and that's immediately adjacent and just north of the existing campus. Can you speak a little bit? I know you made some comments earlier, but maybe provide a little more details on that.
Yeah, so this was a delight for us to jump in because again, we saw the need in our community in 2014. This was only 40% occupancy because the buildings were run down and uninhabitable. And when the opportunity came, suggestion that we could assume the stewardship and management care for it, we took the responsibility to invest the money, use our volunteers to put on the new roofs, redo the kitchens, completely redo all of these units. There are 128, 2 of them are used by management, 126 available to the community, and they are now all being used. And it's a great provision. So this was not new housing, but there were only 40 of these units that were functional 8 years ago. So our investment of over $2 million in materials plus all of our volunteer, which was their labor was given, makes a huge increase of affordable housing in the Kailua-Kona area. So.
Thanks. And then so, and unlike the Hualalai Village project, the units at Common Hall are open to the general public with no preference given to any segment. Is that correct?
Absolutely. So about 40 of the units are for those who have under 50% AMI, the average median income, and the remainder are for those who have under 80% of the AMI, meeting those 2 classifications for affordable housing. And there's a general invitation. People fill out forms, apply, and whether or not they're with the university is inconsequential. It's one set of rules, a level playing field for anyone. So anyone who has demonstrable needs and get on a waiting list, then we serve them. Currently, less than 1/3 of those units are used by university-related personnel. So we've so back to 2014. There are only 40 units that were being used by the general public. Now there are over 80 units that are being available by the general public. So we've doubled the service in this time.
Thanks, David. That's also a HUD funded project as well. Is that correct? Oh, it's not? Oh, my apologies.
Could you clarify, is it or is it not?
I do not believe it is. Sorry. My apologies. Thanks, David. And another thing that was highlighted in the annual reports to the LUC were some changes being made to the master plan. And I believe it was characterized as scope and scale, but maybe that wasn't the best way to explain it. So can you kind of walk the commission through what happened and the changes that are being made?
It's actually very simple and change that we are working on, and it's really a clarification of our expected population on the campus. As I mentioned earlier, we do our training in the modular way, so people come for a quarter at a time. Then they have a field internship or practicum in someplace else. And so we count, they don't come like other universities where you enroll for a 4-year program straight through or a 9-month annual program. So it's a very mobile, it's modular. And so when we have 5,000 students, it's our 5,000 registrations over a year's period, which across 4 quarters means 1,250 students per quarter. That the number of 5,000 got misunderstood at one point. I don't think it was picked up as I got involved in this and looked at the process and understood our history. This is a reestablishment of something that we've had from the very beginning. As you can see in this part of why we showed you all of our pictures from around the world, those were just 20 of 800 locations, is that we're not just building here in Kona, we're helping develop other places as well. So we're not trying to build a monolithic entity here, but try to build a whole system that is healthy and strong and can serve the students. So basically the adjustment means that from the master plan that you have before you, all we need to do is just diminish some of the number of dormitories and some of the classrooms, all of the buildings that serve the public, the Discovery Center, the pre-K through 12 school, the theater, the sports fields, the multi-purpose buildings, all of those things that serve not only our campus, but for events for the larger community, all of those staying intact. But it just means that our density of population is diminished, so that that makes the overall cost much more affordable, the environmental impact that much more reasonable. And so this clarification really helps us be on track and hopefully advance this project and meet the concerns that both the LUC and we have of these various matters.
And so, David, I want to just cover a couple of things. My apologies. Want to cover a couple of things. I do think there were some statements in the annual report that perhaps caused some alarm. So can you kind of walk the commission through sort of the intent? And again, you know, you indicated earlier that was your first week on the job, but if you can kind of provide some insight into the message you were actually conveyed, which versus the message that may have been conveyed to the commission.
Absolutely. So again, that was my first week on the job, and I assume any responsibility for substandard communication that we would have provided for the LUC at that time. It's been a good over the last number of weeks to come up to speed and understand all that was needed. When we talked about COVID, we were trying to communicate that it was a difficult time, but we've come out of that difficult time. So we're talking about the reality of why some of our initiatives were delayed. Many of our experts who are working on different fields had to leave the country because of COVID and were not able to return till many months later. But we were impacted like all educational institutions, but we are coming back and we're in a good place. And we believe that the master plan that we're looking at with the clarifications that will be presented to you today is something that we'll be able to complete. And it is my commitment in this new role to do that. Perhaps it's helpful for you to know that in the 44 years that Kona has been there, I'm only the third president and CEO. So Lauren Cunningham was the founder, was in that role for 34 years, split in two parts at the beginning and then just before my term. And in the middle, there was 10 years where there's another gentleman who was the president and CEO. So this has been a very stable place, but the name that you've seen when you look at the 990s or the other documents of Lauren Cunningham, he's turned 87 years old this year, and it was it's time for a transition, and just in the natural aging process, some of the bandwidth of capacity was beginning to diminish. So it's with delight that I pick up some of those responsibilities. Having journeyed alongside him, I began as his PA in 1983, 1984, here in Hawaii for the first time. So I've journeyed alongside him here in Hawaii and other places for these many decades, so we can have a continuity of the vision and yet also a freshness of energy, and with a new team that is able to carry that on. So as we look at this, we live there. This is our home. This land is what we call dedicated land. We've acquired it to fulfill the purposes of the university, what we believe are the purpose of the mission. We believe our God's calling on us to serve our neighbors in Kona and beyond. And so this is not a land that will ever be sold. There's no financial speculation there. The changes in the nature of the master plan are essentially the same vision, the same direction. It's just an adjustment and clarification in some of our population numbers. With this adjustment, that you'll hear from Jeff a little bit, we'll be able to complete the environmental impact study, and we'll be able to launch the financial campaigns that we need to raise the money and to be able to see this completed in a timely way. So I want you to hear from me that this is something we are committed to do. I understand at this point clearly the role of the LUC, and we will do all our very best to keep current with you, keep you informed, and meet all the requirements that are needful and beneficial for us to move forward together. And you have my full and wholehearted commitment to that end.
Thank you, David. And that concludes Mr. Hamilton's portion of the presentation. I don't know the commission's preference, but perhaps we can get through Mr. Overton first and then turn to questions.
I think we'll take questions first.
Okay.
So County, any questions for the witness?
We have no questions for this witness.
Thank you. OPSD, any questions for the witness?
I do have a few questions for clarification. Mr. Hamilton, you referred to a nonprofit-based financing. Can you explain the difference between a typical commercial financing and a nonprofit financing?
Yeah, so thank you for the question. So normally if you were just building a number of condos for sale and develop a land in that manner, you put your package together and you get either bank loans or investors who are expecting a return on their investment, some percentage, which is a very reasonable way of doing things. In our situation, our purpose is not to gain financially. And so what we do is we go, like you would go after investors, we go after donors. The difference being is that they are not expecting a repayment of their funds or percentage on their investment. They believe that they're important in what we're doing, and so those are gifts to us. And so it's not that we are anti the banking systems or loans, but if we can obtain these gifts as we have done in these buildings that you've seen, not only in Kona, but around the world, it's a way to move forward without incurring liens on the property or indebtedness that future generations have to work out. So we seek to raise the money up front beforehand so that we have it, and we build as with cash in hand as we go.
So if I understand correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, you will accumulate donations, and when you have enough accumulated, will begin construction. Is that right?
There are several different ways in which that can happen. So at times there's enough, from our tuition income, there's enough resources to cover a certain amount of development factored into that. So we can rely on that as a foundation. So we don't have to have the whole amount of a building in hand before we start, but we start wisely. We start when we are confident that we can complete it in a timely manner.
Thank you for the correction. So it would be donations plus revenues generated. And when you can accumulate money from that, instead of getting a loan from a bank, you use that cash to then enter into contracts for construction.
That's correct. And of course, we are able to keep a lot of those construction costs down because once again, we have people who not only support us with their gifts, but with their talents. And so we have professionals at times who we contract and pay, but others who come, who give the gifts of their service to, again, reduce the cost of that construction.
I take it then that you have to really do with incremental construction, as you will not accumulate the money for the entire project all at once, but you'll be accumulating portions and then constructing and then accumulating more and constructing. Is that right?
Yeah, yes, that is correct. And you'll see that we have a proposed 3 phases. And within each phase, of course, some of the most important things at the outset are always the infrastructure and the spine roads and the things that make it easy to build on and develop at a time, but we don't have to have money for 5 dorms before we start the first dorm.
And are you going to have, or do you have either in the master plan or are you going to develop a timetable for when you anticipate you will be able to finance each portion of the construction?
Yes, that will be forthcoming.
And then I think my last question about financing was just generated by your PowerPoint, which was you had a mortgage on the outside the property. Why don't you just get a mortgage for this petition area?
Again, we don't have any religious conviction or belief that would say we can't do that. We would prefer not to do that. And we find that oftentimes people who want to support us are more willing to contribute to a project at the front end rather than feeling like you've undertaken this and you've incurred debt and now I'm helping you pay off the debt. It's a more constructive approach in the mindset of some investors. And so we work with these partners in various ways. So we're not adverse if there was a time that was necessary to do something with the bank. We're not adverse to that. So that's not a closed off opportunity, but we prefer to be able to use the income from our tuition and services rendered, as well as the donations we receive in order to be able to see the work advance without incurring debt.
So at least want to attempt to accomplish this through a nonprofit financing before you look to other alternatives. Is that fair?
I believe that would be fair.
Okay. Yes. With respect to your master plan as you're currently proposing, so not necessarily the master plan in 2003, but the master plan today, you're looking to expand the campus. Is that right?
Yes, you'll see Jeff will walk you through the master plan. It is an expansion from the 45 acres onto the 62 acres of the petition area that we're looking at.
So big picture, will this result in an increase in enrollment?
Yes.
Do you have a general gauge of how much?
So we expect to have enrolled 5,000 a year, which is again over 4 quarters, 1,250 in each quarter, plus their families, plus our staff, plus the staff families. And those are the numbers that will be presented. So that is we're about 45%, 47% of that population right now. So it'll be a doubling of our capacity, a little bit more.
Are significant numbers of your students from outside Hawaii?
Yes, we have our student and staff body represents 45 to 50 countries.
So it seems to cater to, it seems to be geared toward international students. Is that right?
We have a lot of international students, but we also have a strong emphasis on the Pacific. So Pacific Islanders, Micronesia, Melanesia, and Polynesia, and of course our Hawaiian peoples.
You had mentioned the Hualalai village and how it interacts with interacts with the current campus by allowing you to attract other staff and faculty. Is there a large, and you mentioned South Africa, is there a fairly large number of them that come from out of state as well?
I don't have the exact percentages in the housing. Dr. Curry, our medical doctor, is also the president of that. So at some point, if you wanted to ask him that question, he could give you a better numbers on that. But yeah, we have people who are both American citizens and non-American citizens living in Hualalai. village.
Okay, and some of them would be perhaps from the mainland and coming to Hawaii?
That would be true as well.
And you may not know the answer to this question, but let me just ask. When I read the original 2003 decision and order, it referenced Hualalai Village, which I understood to be constructed within the petition area. You today mentioned Hualalai Village, which is located outside the petition area and Mauka of the petition. Did I either misunderstand the DNO, or are these two different projects, or did you move the project? Can you explain, or is that someone else I should direct this to?
If the commission doesn't mind, I can assist. So the petition area is supposed to be later phases of the Hualalai Villages project. So the portion of Hualalai Villages that was built was outside of the petition area. Later phases, along with the cultural center and some educational facilities, were planned for the petition area. And that's what was approved under the 2003 decision and order.
Okay, so, and I'm sorry if you could just clarify.
Perhaps I can add to that. So
Yeah.
that original petition was by, as you have in your record, by U of N BENCORP. So BENCORP was a separate entity which the U of N supported, because the idea was to build housing, lots of condos, in order to provide resources to complete the campus on the 45 acres. What transpired is that we opted to close Hualalai to that phase one, and to not seek to do a commercial venture on the rest of that land, to really increase the scope of the university so that we could have the service that we need for the students and the programs that we need on the university. So that I believe is all in the record that you have before you. So.
And I may say this wrong again, so correct me again. What I hear you saying is the Hualalai Village that was originally proposed was encompassed areas both inside and outside the petition area. And you only completed the Mauka portion outside the petition area. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. So.
And then eventually.
So what would have been phases 2, 3, 4, whatever the numbers were within the petition area. And that was the change, that instead of building condos to sell to benefit the university, we would just expand the university and not try to do a commercial venture on that land.
So the reference in the district, in the DNO in 2003 to the Hualalai Village encompassed areas within the petition area, but your status report, which referred to Hualalai Village, is only referencing areas outside of the petition area. Is that right?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. The Kama'aina Hale, that was an existing, was it a state or county affordable housing project initially?
My understanding is that was a state housing.
Okay, thank you. So thank you. And so you took it over to help renovate and put more investments in it and provide more services. Just for the record, because it's an existing facility, I take it is not used as a credit by other developers for their new projects. Is that right?
That is correct.
And
so we took it over in 2014, and again, this was a service. We created a separate legal entity, so it's not technically the University of the Nations, but we're the ones who did that. So that.
And then you reference changes to the master plans or revisions to the master plan. And I just want to clarify, is that a change to the 2020 master plan, or is that a change to the master plan that was before the commission in 2003?
It's some of both.
Some of both, okay. Among the changes to the master plan from 2003 is the elimination of the housing within the petition area. Is that right?
Yeah, that master plan was a significant change to what was in 2020. And there's just slight modifications that are happening now.
Okay.
That Jeff will be talking about at this time.
Okay, so what we're referring to now are the slight modifications, not sort of the major changes that occurred between 2003 and today. Is that right?
That's correct. Just adjusted some buildings down to meet more realistic population estimates.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear that you're not explaining all the changes that were made to the 2003 master plan.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Yee. Commissioners, questions for witness? Commissioner Chang.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Yee. I thought maybe I was the only one that was not really, that I needed some clarification. Thank you so much, Mr. Hamilton, for your presentation. I have two questions. The first question deals with the financing. Is UNK a separate entity that finances just UNK, or do you get support from YWAM?
It is a separate entity. So it's a standalone entity, so we don't, thank you for your question, Commissioner Chang. We do not, Youth with a Mission University of the Nations has a very flat structure. It does not have a hierarchical structure. There's not some global center that is providing finances. Every one of those 800 locations that run University of Nations courses are responsible for their own legal and financial structures, their own development. And we're connected through common academic programs.
I see. Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Mhm.
I wasn't sure if, in addition to the academic integration, you're connected financially, but you are totally independent and you will finance your own, the development of this project.
That is correct, ma'am.
I want to go back to the line of questioning regarding the affordable housing. As I understand it, the way that I read the original DNO in 2003, the Hualalai condo villages of 400 units was a major component of the proposed project. Is that correct?
It was at that time.
And
And that was what changed, so that only phase one, the 62 units completed. And that's all that, so that project was reduced down to significantly to about 1/7 of its size.
okay. Because I am wondering, when I look at the affordable housing condition, and apparently you got an opinion from the county, and I'll ask the county this as well, from the county that your proposal does not trigger an affordable housing requirement. Is that correct?
I think it's the proposal for the current situation, because we're not building luxury condos for sale at the market price. That's not what we're doing at this point. So when that is my understanding, and you can help me if I'm missing something here, but it's when you have that kind of a project that you must make sure that there's some housing available for those who have can't afford that level of housing. And so we are no longer doing any housing of that nature. That's why it is not required of us to do affordable housing. But my earlier statements were intended to communicate our desire to help, because we want to be good neighbors in the community where we live, and we know just prices in Hawaii are just really high, and lots of people have struggles with housing.
And I'm not making a judgment call on whether your new proposal is better or, but my concern is that in 2003, when this proposed project was presented to LUC and the community had certain expectations, including affordable housing based upon the project that was being presented.
Mhm.
And because this affordable housing condition is quite, in my mind, kind of vague. It kind of depends upon the county and depends upon the project. But there must have been certain expectations in the community about an affordable housing component. And because you have, in my mind, dramatically changed what was presented. And again, I'm not making a judgment on whether it's better or it's worse, but it is substantially different, at least in my mind, than what was presented. I will share with you, I am concerned about the change, in my mind, the substantially changed circumstances in the proposed project, and that the DNO may not necessarily match what you are proposing to do now. So I'm really interested to see how you're planning the EIS, what's being proposed, and how you're planning to proceed forward. But I am, and I'm not too sure if the community feels the same way. They may like this new campus that's being developed, but it is changed from what was originally proposed and presented. So that is my concern, and I just want to raise that because I wanted to get I'm glad I wasn't the only one who needed clarification, as did Mr. Yee, because I was wondering what happened to Hualalai, the 400 units. And so thank you for that clarification. But that then leads me to, as I shared, my concerns regarding what was presented to LUC in 2003 versus what we're looking at right now.
Commissioner Chen, can I follow up on that real quick? And I know you, Commissioner Ohigashi and Commissioner or Chair Giovanni were there, but I wanted to just in 2020, not 2003, in 2020, and just kind of remind how we got here. So the university did file a motion to amend to update the decision in order to reflect the change in vision for the project. And it was during the course of that process of preparing the studies, looking at infrastructure, refining the master plan, that they discovered this chapter 343 trigger. So the EIS is really the first step that the university must undertake before we can actually present the commission with something to do, to do a thumbs up or a thumbs down vote on. So this is sort of the necessary first step before the commission can address a motion to amend, before it can look at approving what's being presented, both by Mr. Hamilton and later by Mr. Overton.
And I appreciate that clarification. I am going to be very curious to see how the community has been informed about the changed vision, the changes, and again, what's their comments. So because like I said, I'm not making a judgment about whether what you're proposing now is better than what was before, but it is different from what the community commented on in the original LUC decision in order.
Understood, and we certainly appreciate that. That of course is part of the EIS chapter 343 process is engagement and receiving and responding to comments and also responding to reports or studies or aspects of the project in response to those comments. So thank you very much, Commissioner.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Ohigashi.
Yeah, 2020 was a long time ago. Remember that. I have a question that's tied up with the financing. Normally, within our orders, more recent orders, DNOs, we include provisions that require the development of backbone infrastructure within a certain period of time. Has there been any estimate done by UNK as to what the backbone infrastructure costs would be in the modifications that have been presented?
Commissioner Ohigashi, perhaps I can help address that question. So part of what we presented to the commission back in 2020 and what we try to emphasize in the motion to amend is that while it is a 3-phase project, really to build it out properly, and correctly, the majority of the backbone infrastructure will be going in the first phase. That's going to provide access throughout the campus. That's going to provide sort of the basis to extend utilities and other infrastructure aspects. So the intent and the goal of phase one of the master plan is to provide a lot of that upfront. Again, the scheduling has changed because of the EIS. And so obviously we need to get the commission updated timeline. But that's sort of that's how the backbone infrastructure is envisioned for the master plan.
So going back to my actual question was, has there been estimates prepared to determine what would be the cost of that backbone?
Oh, I apologize. I missed the cost piece.
That's my.
I wasn't trying to squirm out of your question there. I believe there was, I know there was some preliminary construction estimates that were presented in 2020. I don't have those before me. I think Ms. Garson may have them with her if you want to look at those.
And are those will be subject to the nonprofit type of fundraising?
I believe that is the intent.
And has that nonprofit type of fundraising begun by UNK?
I'll let David speak to that, but my understanding is, it's difficult to launch capital campaign for a project like this with pending approvals, but I'll let David speak to that.
If because I remember Mr. Hamilton's last comment was, then we can start on our capital campaign. So what I'm curious is that, have you already started or have you not started on the campaign?
So currently we are involved in a capital campaign for areas on our existing campus where we already have zoning and permitting processes with the county. So we are our goal is continued development of the university, and we still have more stuff to do on the initial property that we have. So that is our focus at this time. At parallel to that, as we walk through the process with the land use commission, and things become clearer, then we will have the language and the projects defined with a certainty that we can go to potential donors and supporters and present that campaign. So we are doing development, but not on the 62 acres. But as we do this parallel, then that campaign will come afterwards, later on.
I just wanted to know if you started. And the answer apparently is you haven't started because you're already doing some capital campaign
On the existing land. That's correct, sir.
So my question then is that, how does it work then? Assuming that you did your capital campaign on the 62 acres started in this NGO process, do you set up a separate account? Do you set up a separate so that you can show financially able to develop this particular parcel? Because I think that's one of the criteria that the Land Use Commission will be looking at, is to make sure that you're financially able to develop the 62 acres. So so are you going to set separate accounts so that there'll be clear accounting for that?
Yeah.
Or is it all mushed into one fund and that it will be your guys' determination on how to divide it up?
No, you can be sure that we have a very comprehensive and sophisticated accounting system. From the very beginning, we have annual external audits. Those reports are made public. If you would like to have access to that.
No, I'm not asking that. I'm asking how it works. I'm asking, is there going to be a separate account here? You know,
Yeah, so
like lawyers, like Mr. I'll tell you that we have separate trust accounts that we put money into.
We're supposed to.
Yeah, and then we use. I'm just trying to see if there'll be a differentiation in the capital account for the existing development and the new capital account to help fund the backbone infrastructure that will be requiring to be done within a certain period of time.
thank you for the question. It's clear to me. Every project that we undertake, every capital campaign, we track it, and people give for a particular reason, for a particular cause, and we keep that designation, and that money is separate from general operating funds or from other campaigns that we have done at other times. So that was my effort to explain that we have a comprehensive accounting system, and that is a normative way of doing things. So to answer your question is yes, that would be tracked. That would be raised separately, it'd be tracked separately, and we would be able to report that separately to you.
For example, 5 years from now, if, for example, 5 years from now, when I'm no longer and you're developing your capital campaign, this commission could ask for a specific accounting and a status report as to whether or not, what is the status of the capital campaign and whether or not you have sufficient funds to develop the backbone infrastructure.
Yes, our accounting systems would be able to provide you with that information, sir.
I'm not trying to I'm not trying to accuse you of anything. I'm
No.
just trying to understand this.
No, I appreciate the question. It's helpful to be clarifying that, but
And
because of, we do things as a public trust. People give to us in order to accomplish certain services. We are extremely careful about always tracking every designation that is given to its final usage.
I too am concerned about the amount of affordable housing that is made available, even if the commission in 2003 granted a lot of condos to be built on this property. There was an expectation that there would be affordable housing award to the community. And from what I gather is that you're not going to generate the need for affordable housing because essentially you are handling your own demand that you project. In other words, you're additional students, you have dorm rooms for them, faculty housing, you'll be working on that so that you'll be meeting the existing demand. Is there anything that will benefit the community present demand for affordable housing that you are considering specifically?
What we have mentioned is that where we have put the efforts up till now has been in the Kamainahale and the phase one of Hualalai. There is no additional housing planned at this time in the master plan for people who are not students or staff in the University of the Nations.
So the community, I just want to be sure. So what you're saying to me is that if we pass this, the community benefit for affordable housing will be essentially zero. Because what you've done in the past, it seems to be a separate issue. It was you took over an existing state housing project, you helped make it run, all kudos for that, but it's under a separate corporation. You're not asking for it under this corporation. I'm just trying to get at what is the community benefit
If I could,
in approving this particular project as you go forward with regard to housing.
yeah, Commissioner Higashi, if I could just add in, there is a public benefit to the university to be able to provide more housing on campus because that takes university students, faculty, and staff out of the local Kona community housing rental pool.
The demand that you create yourself, right?
Yeah, but
I'm talking about existing demand. There's existing demand. So that's my question.
yeah, okay, thank you.
That's fine.
We hope that those additional people that we bring, like the programs that we've mentioned, I've illustrated a few examples, that our service to the community is in multifaceted ways. And some of the care that we provide for our high school students, our middle school students, our foster care families, or the homeless people, that those things are services that are real. It's not measured in the traditional affordable housing, but we're trying to serve our community. Normally on these meetings, we would have Lena Ala Fruani who's here, Leonala, whom many of you would know already, gives leadership to our Waha Community Advisory Committee. And so we meet regularly with them. Tom Waddle, who's here, is also on that committee to really listen carefully to the local kapunas and to understand the needs of the community and to engage in a way that is meaningful. She is not here because you may be aware that tomorrow we launch the premiere of The Wind and the Reckoning in Oahu. And that's a film that highlights a very important era of Hawaii's history, and it's 70% in ancient Hawaiian, first film of its kind in that area. And that has been done again with lots of support from our U of N Kona campus to make that film. So I apologize that she probably would have answers that I don't have. So
Mr. Hamilton, the only reason why I'm bringing this up is that actually you're like a developer. Anyone who comes before, Mr. Simon knows him well, you know, anyone who comes before us, and what they do is they say, we will help the community. This is how we're going to help the community. We're going to help them by building additional low-cost homes so we can get our project through because we believe our project is good for us. And I understand you're an NGO. I understand you're a nonprofit. And I understand you're a Christ-based mission, but the Land Use Commission deals with granting technically rights to develop property. And in that scheme, we hope that the developers, and I've seen Mr. Simon's come up with really good plans on how to help and address the affordable housing issue over and above their requirements, their minimum requirements. So I understand that the county is saying, no. We don't have to worry, you don't have to provide it. But if I'm thinking like a regular developer, before us, like you're a regular developer before us, I'm going to say, well, maybe you should, but that's my own opinion. And that's just my concern. Okay. And because we got to treat everybody equally, the big developers, nonprofits, the small guys who come in front of us. And that's my comment for today. You don't have to respond to that. I'm sure your lawyers will talk to you about what I'm talking about.
Just to express a thank you. Your concern for the well-being of the community is a concern that we share, and we are always open to advice and counsel. I do hope that our 44 years of being in the community and serving is not just something we hope to do, but we have some track record of doing that. And we want to keep learning how to do that better and better. So thank you for your concern. We want to do what we can to align ourselves with that very concern.
Thank you. Commissioners, any further? Commissioner Chang, you're recognized.
I have a follow-up. In the past, I have asked, because as Commissioner Ohigashi talked about infrastructure, too often communities, their promises and some of the infrastructure is not fully met. Developer builds the market housing and then leaves. So one of the things that I've been asking for is a deposit into an escrow account of a percentage of the infrastructure costs. What I hear your financing program contemplates you do a capital campaign when you get all the approvals. I mean, this is a very unique situation that you're presenting to us. And I guess for me, it's not like we're starting from ground zero. This decision was issued 20 20 years ago. And it may not be built for another 5 years, 25 years, and the property's been land banked. So it's not, I realize you're coming in with somewhat of a different proposal, but if, it depends upon, I guess, what the cost for the infrastructure is. But do you have funds to put up some kind of a bond to ensure that your infrastructure is going to be developed in a timely fashion? Anyone can answer that.
Yeah, I think if that's a question you can answer.
So you're proposing a methodology which is reasonable, which we have not contemplated to this point. So I would need to,
Okay,
I just need to explore that possibility.
very good. I'd appreciate that. I mean, again, it's one thing if we're starting on, you've just been issued the decision and order and you're coming to us with the first phase of your project, but this is 20 years later. So think about it, but that is, I think that there's got to be some assurances that the community has that, and I'm not in any way suggesting that you wouldn't. You have demonstrated a history in your organization of goodwill and doing good work around the world. So I am not questioning your intentions, but I think there is a desire to ensure timely development, in particular of the infrastructure, given just the needs of the Kona community. So, all right, I appreciate your thinking about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chang.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Yamani.
Hi, thank you. New commissioner questions here, so please excuse the questioning. So 2003, the difference between 2003 and the amendment in 2020, what is the difference in amount of units that were proposed?
You mind if I maybe help? Yeah, sure. Thank you, Commissioner Yamani. I think it's a bit of an apples to oranges comparison. Again, the project approved in 2003 was the later phases of this Hualalai Village. It's going to be a market rate condominium development, and there's going to be a cultural center piece down towards the highway at the Makai end of the property. And that's what was approved. And there's some other facilities, but that's kind of the big picture look at what that was. So you had units. I don't have that unit count on me. What is now being proposed and what was shown to the commission at the status report, July 23, 2020, and what they've been proceeding with the EIS process on is actually not units. It's an expansion of their existing campus, which again is immediately next door onto the petition area. And there will be some dorms on the petition area, but it'll be classrooms, sports fields, normal support facilities for an educational institution. So not to, you know.
Okay, so just how much I mean, besides classrooms, what type of housing unit quantities are we talking on
for the new project?
For the new project.
I believe all the housing are dorm style housing. I don't have those numbers. Jeff Overton from G70 can probably help explain that more. He's the land use planner, environmental planner.
Okay, but the numbers I saw on the presentation was 65 units for staff, 10 out of 65. Is that relating to this proposed project when that was on the presentation you presented?
It was up here?
Yeah.
Oh, I think.
What was that related to when it says 10 out of 65 units for staff? Is that the 65 is a number?
Okay, so yeah, so this is where, and Mr. Yee hit on this earlier, it's a little confusing. So Hualalai Village is this condominium project that's above the petition area. Phase one of that was built. Later phases were supposed to come down the hill. They stopped there. That was the original approval under the DNO was these later phases. Those were not built. The units that were built, 62 of those are owned by a land trust, formed by the university and rented to staff. So that's not on the petition area. That's above the petition area.
Okay. And then the petition area doesn't have any housing in it then?
There's no housing units on the petition area.
So as far as the condition for affordable housing to the state of Hawaii residents, where is that obligation within this development, or is there any, I guess?
So, and Commissioner Chang hit on this earlier, we understand, I know the university understands, and appreciates the expectation that comes with an affordable housing condition being imposed. But the affordable housing condition is the terms of satisfying that are basically decided by the Maui or Hawaii County Code. They have a housing code, and that takes the type of development you're proposing and helps calculate how many affordable housing units that should be required. Because the nature of the project has changed from a market rate condominium development to a campus, under the county code, there's not a requirement to provide affordable housing units.
Okay, a perfect segue. I guess, is that when you mentioned in your status report about talks being ongoing with the County of Hawaii and affordable housing credits, is that when you say talks are ongoing, is there any agreement that's saying anything like that, or is that something different?
No, not with respect to the petition area. Again, that relates to the phase one of Hualai Villages. It's outside the petition area. It's not covered by the decision and order. I think that was just a note to the commission, inform the commission that the university is still working on affordable housing issues. But again, it perhaps caused more confusion, I think, than did anything else.
Okay, and then from, we're talking about financial balance sheet and about ability to fund this. So what are we talking about funding when the commissioners are asking questions about the financial ability to develop this project? What is the project that we're asking about to have the financial ability to do? Is it Hualalai? Is it in the amended area?
Yeah, so I did a bad job. I tried to kind of set the lay of the land and when I introduced. So the master plan relates to the petition area. That's what's being proposed now as an amendment to the 2003 approval. That master plan is what, when we talk about financing the project, we're talking about the campus expansion.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is there estimated costs for the expansion?
There were old estimated costs that were submitted to the commission in 2020, I believe. Is that correct? Yeah, and so obviously there's been some refinements. There's less dorms, so those are being updated. Those need to be updated.
Okay, no estimate that you can
I don't have
order of magnitude or anything.
I don't have a current estimate.
Okay, because my next question will be like how the funding goes relative to the estimated costs related to the fundraising. How is that going to be met? Let's say that number is X dollars. How are your funding goals and milestones measured to meet that estimated expenditure?
So what was submitted in 2020, which is being clarified and adjusted somewhat, had a price tag of $161 million to complete it. All of that on the master plan. Because there'll be reduced numbers of dorms, reduced number of classrooms, that figure will be lower. The exact new number is not known until G70 and Jeff will give a fuller report on that, completes the revisions and the EIS, and all of that will become clearer. So once we have that clearer, so I don't know if that's 20 or 30 or 40% less than that because of the adjustments from that price that was given in 2020, then we will go into the various phases, what needs to be done first. And so the structural elements, the infrastructure that supports the whole is always the first part. I developed a campus in Chile, and you build the roads and the utilities, you build everything that you don't see before you start building the stuff that you do need. And so we'll do those elements, whatever is necessary there, and then we'll put that out in phases and see whatever that total amount is in phases that can be achieved, and we'll go forward. But I think that is dependent a lot on what you'll be hearing from Jeff and the G70 in shortly.
I guess I'm kind of curious on the mechanics of funding a development project with donations. And like what comes first? Is there any type of cushion that you go into for reserves, or is it strictly as you get your donations, then you start development? How does that work in this type of project?
Well, it works wonderfully, actually.
So you got
I
the
mean,
money just passed and you got it, huh?
The how-tos, it looks different in each project, but sometimes the funding comes from 2,000 people giving smaller amounts, and sometimes it's 2 people step up and cover the whole thing. So it's in the stories that we have with all those facilities that we showed around the world, and even in the 30 buildings that we built on the campus over these last 40 some years, each story is unique. But that's part of but the good news is it happens. We do accomplish it in this way. So it is a pattern that may be different each time, but we can attest to 60 years in the mission that this process works.
Do you ever in those processes have to go and into like, I guess, borrow and go into your other funding donations to get this? Or is it like every funding donation is dedicated to a specific project? Or is there like Commissioner Higashi was mentioning like
we have,
blend of-
thank you for the question. We have some funds that are given for general accounts that we have a wide range of discretion in how to use that. But they're given for particular aspects. So they're given to build a gymnasium on the sports field, say, then that in its entirety is used for that project.
Okay. No more questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Yamani. Commissioners, anything further? So I have a few questions, and ideally it'd take 5 minutes, but I doubt it will. It'll probably go a little longer. So I'm inclined to take a lunch break at this point in time. So it's currently 11:34. So how much time we need for you folks? Our lunch has been delivered, so we'll probably be ready to go in about.
You guys didn't get lunch for us?
I did not, I don't think we got lunch for you. no.
I think,
Hopefully you don't have to go to Maui to get lunch.
I think 30, 45 minutes. I know you guys are on a schedule to get out of here. So what works well for you guys?
Let's go for 12:15. We'll return
That's great.
and we'll pick up with Mr. Hamilton.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, sir. $12:15, we're back on the record. I have a few questions for the witness. Hopefully I'm gonna try to ask yes, no questions, and we can move this thing around pretty quickly. But if you want to elaborate, you've got the freedom to do that. Simple question, all these people from all over the world, what language do you conduct your business in?
Great question. Internationally, we run our university courses in 97 different languages. I don't think any other university does that. In Kona, we usually are bilingual or trilingual. We have courses, usually do English and Korean. We have a significant number of Korean, but at different times we run courses with English Portuguese or English Spanish, English Japanese. But English is our main language, and we'll supplement it with, depending on the student body of a given quarter.
Okay. So you made it clear that you're funding locally for the projects that you want to implement locally for Kona. And that's kind of the business model across the, what do you call it, YRAM or YMAM or whatever it is?
Yes.
And you do not derive funds from outside the Kona operation for the projects in Kona, is that correct?
Perhaps I can communicate this way a little more clearly. We raise money for our projects in Kona, not only from within Kona, but where all of our relational networks go, from people who've come and studied here or been a part of this. They may be back in France, or they may be in California, and we'd be in contact with those alumni wherever they are in the world.
Yeah.
But so we are reaching out globally to that large network for our projects locally, but we're responsible for that in Kona.
Do any of the funds that you raise go up the chain to some parent organization or other parts of your organization?
No, sir.
So each of the campuses is independent and self-sufficient.
That's correct, sir.
All right. You had $4.5 million surplus after you paid off your mortgage and did your fundraising at the end of last fiscal year. Did I interpret that correctly?
We raised an additional 4.5 million. That was all surplus. Our end of the fiscal year balance was 2.7 million that we had on our balance at the end of our fiscal year this year.
Any of that $2.7 million going to go towards this project on the petition?
That has not been earmarked or decided at this point, but it shows the health of our economic situation, and it very well could be.
When will we know that? When will this commission know how, if any of that money might come forward? When and how do you decide that?
Again, sir, usually the way we see the fundraising is when the project is at hand, we are able to communicate that to people at this moment while we're still getting final definitions on the master plan and getting your approval or the county's approval and walking through the steps. It's premature for us to cast a vision and say we're going to do this if we've not had. We want to honor the process and make sure that all the boxes are ticked and everything is done in appropriate protocols. So that when we communicate, we can communicate with full integrity and honestly what we're.
So at this point, excuse me, were you finished?
I'm fine. Yes, sir.
So at this point in time, do you have any funds earmarked for this project?
Not for the 62 acres, sir, no.
So at this point in time, how are you funding G70 and paying your attorneys?
So, I'm sorry, that last statement of mine was incorrect. Obviously, there are expenses that we are incurring now to take care of our lawyers and G70, all of those developmental things. And so we carry that within our operational costs, within what we have from not from a needed extra fundraising, but through the tuition and elements. So those are built into our system, but we haven't begun raising money for building A or infrastructure this or that. And we will do that at a future time, but we are spending money on this now. Yes.
So back to Commissioner Ohigashi's questions about how you organize your financials. From the expense side, have you already started tracking the expenses for this project and then like G70 expenses, et cetera?
Yeah.
Or are they part of your central or expenses?
They would be tracked as being related to the LUC and G70 and related expenses.
Okay. So I was interested in looking at the photographs you showed from other campuses. I presume that there's some common theory or vision or fundamental approach to what you're trying to achieve that's consistent from among the campuses, even though each might have their own unique challenges. Is that a fair representation?
Yes, so we have a common academic system and process, common vision, purposes, values in the software part of the program. But as you can see, our campuses each look very different so that they can accomplish those common goals in a contextualized way that's appropriate to the culture or to the setting in which they find themselves.
Are you aware if at any of those other campuses, there are commercial real estate as part of them that offer housing to other than staff or students?
That would not occur in any one of the campuses.
So when you proposed it in 2003, it was a one-off, first of its kind for the organization.
So again, this brings perhaps added clarity. In 2003, a separate corporation was at that time called BENCORP, which was short for a benefit corporation to aid the university, but it was a separate corporation because of their own financial challenges. the university, when they were in a moment of challenge, packed it up. So thus you have the U of N BENCORP. But that was a separate procedure from what was normative. And so when that shut down, that's why there was the reality of this dissonance. Because we said, well, we're going to do the university as we know how to do, and we have a proven track record, and we're not developers in terms of building facilities for sale. We're developers of people, we're developers of programs, we're developers of training institutions. So it's this educational area. So I think that hiccup that you feel, we have been working with for these nearly 2 decades since then, to realign ourselves with what is true to our mission, our purpose, and our calling, which is building a university. And so we have realized there were commitments made by an earlier generation, which had a bit of a different perspective on that. And if there are commitments that was different. Let me just say it that way. That was different.
Yeah.
And we are trying to do that which we believe is in the best interest of the Kona community and our global mission by building out the university rather than a housing scheme to finance a university.
So I understand the history. My question was a little different.
Okay.
My question was, among your 100 plus, 200 plus operations around the world, was the concept that was proposed and approved in 2003 for this project with BENCORP raising funds to benefit the university through commercial sales of real estate? Was that the first time it was ever used by University of Nations? The only time? Is it unique just to this one project?
That's a great question. I'm reviewing my knowledge of the history. I have been to many of our campuses around the world over these 45 years. I am aware of a couple places that bought a portion of land and took a third of that land and in partnership with other construction companies, developed that and sold that off and used that money for helping build that property. I can think of 2 or 3 places where that was the case.
Commercial property, you said, not housing.
Selling housing commercially. But I think that has been a rarity. But they purchased the land with that in mind.
So I appreciate that you can appreciate why this commission 20 years later is troubled by how this has evolved. I know you've heard it before from us.
I do understand, sir, and I want to honor the concerns of the commission.
I'll leave it at that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Commissioners, any further for the petitioner or his witness? Okay, thank you, Mr. Hamilton. And Mr. Simon, we can proceed with your next witness.
Thank you, Chair. We'll have Jeffrey Overton of G70.
One point I want to make, Mr. Simon, I know I think you presented from 2 different slide decks.
We got one now. Same.
They've been consolidated.
Mr. Overton's portions just within this one
But
deck.
my point is that all of these are part of the record, but we would appreciate if you could make copies available to us
Of course.
of each of the PowerPoint decks.
Of course. Absolutely. Thank you.
That's great. Welcome, Mr. Overton. Nice to see you again.
Chair,
Could you please state your name and affiliation for the record, and then I'll swear you in.
am I live on this mic?
No, you got to press the button.
How's that?
That's good.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. Aloha, Jeff Overton. I'm a principal planner at G70. We're located 111 South King Street in Honolulu. And I have been a planner with G70 for 34 years. Started at age 13. No, I'm kidding. My background is actually marine biology as an undergraduate at Duke University, and I went to Stony Brook and got a marine environmental science background. Got into the EIS field in New York and had a real itch to move to Hawaii at age 30. So I did my 30, I was released, and have spent since 1988 working with G70, blessed to be consistently with that firm. They took a chance on a surfer from New York. So it's with great pleasure.
Let me swear you in before you go
Yes.
any further. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give today is the truth?
Yes, the foregoing and what will follow.
Okay,
I do.
thank you. Please proceed.
So thanks. It's a pleasure to be before the Land Use Commission again today, representing University of Nations Kona. And working with Derek here, we'll kind of walk through some of the background and try to respect your time and get to critical questions on that. I have testified before the Land Use Commission over those 3+ decades numerous times, and have been qualified as an expert witness in land planning and environmental planning.
Let me just caution that we do have a time constraint. I should have mentioned it before. We have a hard stop at 2:30, so if necessary, we're going to plow right through to 2:30.
Absolutely.
That'd be great, and I'll speak quickly. So G70 has helped with master planning and environmental planning going back a couple decades on this project. At a previous presentation, I believe in 2020, we provided a much deeper update on the history and evolution of the plan. So the master planning really that we're working on currently is the realignment of the plan with the mission, as President Hamilton mentioned previously. None of the commercial housing aspects or commercial attractions included on the project. It's very much a campus expansion project. So we've been working on master planning. I pride us on quality control, so there's an O missing in environmental planning. But that's what we've been doing as well. There was an environmental report submitted with the 2020 update. And then more recently, we've worked on the beginnings of the EIS with a preparation notice that was published roughly a year ago. And we held a public scoping meeting, which I can talk about. Our firm also has a 20-person civil engineering division. And so we've been helping the university with their infrastructure studies as it relates to the campus expansion. Of course, Francis Oda, you may have recall his presentation before the commission going back 2 decades, as well as the update that was done. And he really spent some time, I think, updating the commission on the vision overall for the campus. And it was really a beautiful concept for the future on this. We're also working with several different technical consultants that help support a project like this. So it'd be things like traffic consultants, outside archaeology consultants, and those types of studies that have to be done for the EIS. Here's a list of the different reports in there. I mentioned that environmental planning report, our infrastructure team. There's a concept plan that would be going with that. Ecos is our biologist. Sad to see Snooki Mello just passed away recently, and honor the many years of great work she's done in Hawaii. The mobility, that's a fancy name for a traffic study by Farron Piers, which is one of the studies we need to update. Where our water supply study, and then Bob Reckman with ASM Affiliates, who testified at an earlier hearing, has been involved with the archaeological studies and the follow-through plans, which are really important in preserving cultural resources on the property, preservation plans, et cetera, as well as doing a cultural impact assessment and the Kapa'akai analysis. Hey, great. That's what we were talking about.
We're in step.
Yeah. So they're a great firm and they're very familiar with it. And I think we covered a lot of that in a prior hearing. I'm glad to do my best to respond to questions if we have some, but we did not bring Bob along for today's hearing on that. But all pieces are in place, moving ahead with SHPD on the necessary consents and approvals, and of course, consulting the community as needed throughout this process. Our land use planning overview. So, of course, we are in the state urban district. Thank you. Going back to the original reclassification 2 decades ago. We are consistent with the county's general plan, LUPAG map, as well as, which is a medium density urban classification, as well the Kona Community Development Plan that were within the urban area, as shown in these exhibits. Here's your state land use district. You can see that we are well within what is the Kona urban area proper and extends further south with the adjacent subdivision. Here's your LUPAG map. So very consistent to have these urban reclassification or urban classified lands as a continuity throughout this area. And just a little hard to see, but we're within that red dashed line that reflects the classified area. Going to the petition area. So the agricultural potential for this property is actually quite poor. Soils are not suited for agriculture here. It's the Land Study Bureau rates it as E, which is very poor, and A-lish is just unclassified in here. We are lacking significant rainfall. As everybody knows, Kona's a bit dry, and slope and a great place to conduct traditional agriculture on the property. Plus, we're adjacent to a dense urban subdivision adjacent on both sides. Now, in terms of appropriateness for its classification in the urban district, the petition area is appropriate as the foregoing in terms of the adjacencies and its uses as a site in the urban district, and also appropriate for master plan expansion of the campus in terms of its continuity along the long border and its suitability for the elements that we're talking about for campus support. Our task, as you know, there was a decision looking at the need to go through an environmental impact statement going forward. Previously, there was an environmental report that supported the reclassification, as well as in 2020, there was an environmental report supported the submittal to the Land Use Commission at that time. It turns out that 343 triggers are in place here, and so had to do with infrastructure expansion relating to the wastewater, as well as roadway improvements serving the driveways and access to the site. And the decision was best to go forward in compliance with that and take on the environmental impact statement, which is what we've been working on. We did publish a notice of preparation in 2021, and under the new rules, we're obligated to have a public scoping meeting at that time. So we held that during COVID virtually. We had some attendance in there. It wasn't big numbers, but I'd say we had about a dozen or so that testified, and several of the neighbors testified, which I think helped give us some more clarity on concerns by the neighbors. We're adding a noise study, which wasn't previously considered in the analysis, and also backed up some of the points that we were paying attention to, such as traffic and all. To the point of some of the prior discussion, there was absolutely no mention of the provision of affordable housing by anyone that spoke, nor did we receive letters that said you absolutely need to come in with affordable housing on this property. So I just wanted to raise that. In terms of the timing for EIS, and that's one of the concerns the commission has, is our ability to progress with the EIS. We have been held up. And I think that was explained by the president in the prior presentation on the kind of the reasons for the holdup. And there's a modification to the plan. We want to be correct in how we go out with our numbers in the EIS. And we'll talk a little bit about some of those details. It's not unusual for an EIS to take 3, 4, 5 years to go through that. I've been in this business for 40 years. Sometimes things move just perfectly and there's not any kind of issues that change the plan or controversy that holds things up. And you can get these things done in a 2 to 3 year timetable. But we've put together a couple pages of typical projects that you might recognize and what the timetable has been. This reflects the publication of the prep notice through the completion, and on the far right side, timetables that are ranging from 3 to 5 years. It didn't account for the actual preparation of the preparation notice. So you may add 6 or 12 months on the front end of this to get to the point where they had the plan firmed up and they could actually publish it. So an EIS process where we're at now, we went up through our prep notice, was, I guess, February was our scoping. Yeah. March, okay, of last year. So we're a little over a year now into the process, a year and a half. We're targeting second quarter of 23 for the publication of the draft EIS. So we're really back on track in terms of this timetable for a normal project. So these just a couple examples here that our presentation includes. Okay, so just briefly handle some points. And boy, I got to put my glasses on now.
2012, I'll guide you.
Thank you. You'll help me. So the 2020 master plan that we presented in the update back then was this graphic, and you can see the nice coloring. Now, for those new to the committee, I know we have some new commissioners here, and I won't spend a lot of time walking through the details, but obviously the 42-acre part on the left-hand side of the exhibit is the existing campus, right? That's the 42 acres. The petition area is where we've colored it up, and the coloring reflects phasing of the master plan. This was the presentation exhibit that we used for the update in 2020. And just taking it from the highway back, up to the top, we enter off Kuakini Highway. Entrance, we changed around a lot of the access points, so we don't really have dual driveways going in here. We're using an existing driveway, which helps to minimize some of the impacts and work with that. Ties into a spine road that goes up the left-hand side, or let's say the northern boundary of the petition area, which is pretty much a driveway on the existing campus right now. So it would be formally turned into a spine road, one of the major infrastructure elements that would be handled in phase 1. And it goes all the way up, connects up to the intersection with Queen Kaumanu and the crossroads in there. So we are beginning from the bottom is a discovery center component, which is both internal and external, where folks have an opportunity to learn more about the mission and some of the history, and it also ties in specifics of the Kona region. That next tier up, again, this land is sloped, so we have to be careful in designing with the land. And one of the big improvements in this master plan as compared to the housing and commercial project that was proposed 20 years ago is this is much more sensitive to the natural topography. So there's much less grading and earthwork in here and potential for erosion. That handles the runoff a lot better. That next increment up is the K through 12 school, lower school, middle school, and ultimately a high school in there. And ties in nicely with access along that spine road. And you can see facilities there. Then we reach the center. If Francis would hear, he'd more eloquently call this the Pico. This is really the heart, the spirit of the campus. And the student center in there, chapel, and a nice amphitheater. A lot of this is going to be open air settings, just really reflecting the Kona climate and the kind of being sensitive to sustainability here, lowering energy use, working with xeriscape and a lot of dry landscape, so we're not pouring a lot of potable water on the land. And then you can see we've tied in instructional spaces, classrooms and dormitories that fit in here, transitioning up to an athletic complex in there that's really a great need and would be shared with the community in here as well. And then ultimately up at the top end, some of the back of house elements and sort of industrial arts training and pieces like that. Now, the coloring starts with the yellow would be the phase 1, green, phase 2, and then ultimate blue would be the phase 3. And we're kind of looking at this in 5 to 10 year increments that stretch out over that as we reflected in our prep notice. Here's the current plan and some of the reductions that President Hamilton was talking about. Because of the adjustments that were made as described to the enrollment numbers, there are fewer dormitories in here. That's one of the really the biggest changes to this is we won't need as many dormitories as we had originally anticipated. We also dropped out some of the classrooms in here because we can fit it all better within a kind of a reduced footprint. You can also see we pulled away from the neighbors on the south side. Just, I'd say, sensitivity a little bit to some of the concerns about activity, even though it's, you know, the school has been there a long time. So it's not like a new introduction. It's just, there was some sensitivity of having dorms right up against that boundary. So we want to be respectful of the community's concerns there. And that kind of is a quick summary of changes in there. Also, let me just back, thanks, Derek. You can see the tan areas that are labeled A. It might be a little bit hard to see, but there's actually 4 major archaeological preserves, as well as the Great Wall of Kini down in here that are represented on here. And so we've had to be worked out preservation plans as well as burial treatment plans that we've had to go through to protect cultural resources on the property, again, done in you know, close coordination with the Borough Council and Shifty to go through those. Those places are all maintained in the current plan, of course. This is a nice rendering depiction, kind of an Eva bird view of the Pico, that center area. You can see the chapel in the center, wonderful student center with a green roof on the lower left in there. This meandering kind of dry stream bed, that's kind of a connecting theme that goes from the upper campus into the existing campus here, using the slopes for open amphitheater areas and then surrounding areas for classroom instruction, dormitories beyond. So that's some of the refinements that we're making, or actually making currently to the master plan. Reduction of the number of dorms, number of constructional buildings, gives us a little more open space. And as I described, some of that less potential for impacts. We're trying to be respectful in here. It will reduce some of the infrastructure requirements and really just being more in harmony with the community. I think we'll have lower traffic numbers than we originally had. Okay, so next steps. We got to get to work. We need to amend some of those technical studies that'll support the EIS and our timetable. And I thought we might be done by March, but I'd say safely second quarter of 23 back out with the draft EIS. Of course, it'll have to come before LUC for review in that part. And then so I think we'll have a thorough analysis by the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development, excuse me. With Katia there, I'm sure we're going to get a full overview. Worked with Katia many years, so looking forward to it. And that would bring us hopefully to a final EIS by the end of next year. Again, a chance for comments from the community. We've been really transparent, open with folks. And so people want to contact us if we need to, we'll go out and meet with folks. It's fine. We'll be addressing agency comments in there as well. So we'll expect all the state and county agencies that are affected will chime in on the process. And then, of course, coming to the Land Use Commission for acceptance of the final EIS and publication there. That would lead then to the next steps, really the formal motion to amend at the completion of the EIS process. And what's not on here is a county process that would have to follow. I think we've covered. I would say mahalo, but thank you. Okay. Mahalo. Be glad to respond to questions.
Thank you, Mr. Overton. County, any questions?
Not at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. OPSD, any questions for the witness?
Just a few, thank you. Will the EIS include the anticipated amounts needed for each phase? Amounts of money?
Amounts, you mean in terms of program uses or?
I'm sorry, what I mean to me, financing has been an issue today.
Yes.
And there's been a discussion that each phase will need money for construction. Will the EIS contain how much money will be needed in some year dollar for each phase?
Yeah, we'll have to present an approximation. The environmental report actually had in 2020. And so we'll be amending those numbers to reflect the current master plan and the development program. So the answer is yes, at a high level.
And will there be then also a timing schedule for fundraising for each phase?
Yeah, I can't speak to timing for fundraising in there. I'd leave that to the president to speak to the timing on fundraising. The phases are set up in sort of a 5-year first phase piece, which I think has the more definite near-term part to it. Overall, this is kind of a 20-year master plan here for the campus. But the backbone infrastructure, spine road, wastewater, water lines, utilities would all come in the first phase. Originally, that was targeted for roughly 19 million in the first phase in the environmental report. Probably about 20% less at this point would be my guess.
Yeah, and if I could chime in, those are also details that will be provided, in a motion to amend. They were provided with the motion that was filed in 2020 and whatever update or new motion that would be filed upon acceptance of the EIS would include the accurate, up-to-date information on those.
And so I think you maybe anticipated, but let me just be specific. Will the backbone infrastructure cost be pulled out from any other costs from phase one?
We can segregate that because there's also some buildings that would be included in that.
And by the way, I only asked about the timing of fundraising because I thought Mr. Hamilton said, yes, we're going to do it. It'll be in the EIS, but maybe it'll be somewhere else. And we'll follow up on that. And then will the EIS also contain a proposed timetable for when how long each phase will take?
Yeah, it's a high-level timetable, I think, to build out each phase, similar to what we talk about in the prep notice or the prior environmental report. Again, first phase, I think, is more of the 5-year time horizon. Build out of the second phase, which has the largest number of buildings and all, I think is given a little more flex, more like a 10-year to build out the entire second phase, and then tail on the dog kind of for the third phase, what's needed out there.
And in other cases, frankly, we assume commercial leasing or commercial financing. In this case, because they're doing it differently, is that calculated into your timetable?
Commercial leasing?
No, I'm sorry. Is the need to get nonprofit financing for this incorporated into your timetable within the EIS?
I would assume it's within that 5-year window for phase one. And I just can't speak to it. It's not my responsibility.
Okay. Switching topics on the EIS, is there, obviously there's some obligatory statutory requirements you have for community outreach. Are there any other efforts you have made or will be making for community outreach, including anything which is online and available to the public for comment?
No, that's a good question. I know we had, of course, posted documents such as the EIS prep notice, and I believe we had a link on the university's website. I'm not sure, but it would be a smart thing to do. Elements of the process are much more outreach oriented. Of course, we had our scoping meeting, and we made some good contacts through that process. U of N, of course, is very tied in with the community. So we had good participation in that scoping process from those that are, I'd say, tied into the network with the University of the Nations. As well, we've got a cultural impact assessment process, which has specific interview requirements and publication in Caviola, the newsletter. So that process is also part of the outreach. It would be smart for us, I think, to hold a public meeting at the time of the EIS publication, just since it'll be about a year and a half, 2 years at that point. So I know it's not a requirement, but it'd probably be a smart thing to do.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Lee, Office of Planning. Commissioners, any questions for this witness? Commissioner Ohigashi.
Sorry, you indicated that there was a $19 million estimate for backbone infrastructure, but you believe it'll be less because the amount of backbone infrastructure will be scaled back? Is that, I'm just trying to get that.
Yeah, so again, I'm relying on numbers that are provided to me from the development team. So to answer your question, we said 18.7 or roughly was in the number in the 2020 environmental report for phase 1, which includes those backbone components. From what I understand, the current estimates for that are closer to 15 million now. So it's probably the extensions to serve dormitories and such that were further distant from the spine in there. I'd have to consult.
In other words, it's the same infrastructure requirement. Only thing, some things were not counted into the phase 1 initial backbone infrastructure estimate.
If I can restate your understanding, you're saying the reason we came up with a lower number is because we've reduced the demand on the initial backbone placement with the lighter master plan footprint.
So that means that there will actually be less infrastructure requirement for the entire project.
There are also some buildings in the first phase that are in that 19 million number. So I think that's part of the reduction in this.
Will the EIS break out that number?
Yes.
Okay. And the other question that I have is, why would we believe that the backbone infrastructure number go down? Wouldn't inflation, supply chain problems that we've been suffering, wouldn't that factor into an analysis as to what the backbone infrastructure cost would actually be?
That's a great point, that the numbers were provided to me, and I think it's probably reflecting the elimination of several buildings that were in phase 1 rather than pipes and pumps and asphalt.
So the backbone infrastructure could remain the same or more.
Yeah. You'd like to see more
versus
detail.
the actual development of the other areas. Is that right?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, in phase
I
1.
think what would help is if we had
And that would-
detail. Yeah.
That would be broken out into the EIS. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to clear.
Thank you. Commissioner Chang.
Thank you, Jeff. And I appreciate your efficient presentation. Thank you very much. I am much more of a process person. So I think you made a comment about we're back on track like a normal project. I think you would have to agree this is a little unusual in the sense that normally the entitlement comes after the EIS process, after we know what the project is. In this case, 20 years later, we've got entitlement and we're doing the environmental process on a very different project than what was originally proposed in 2003. Would you agree with that one?
It is very different.
It's very different, right? And like I said, I'm not making a judgment on the validity of this new project. But again, I'm process. And this will be a question I'm going to ask the county as well. But 20 years have passed. And at the time this project was approved, it was approved with certain affordable housing potential based upon a 400-unit condominium. Do you know, Jeff, approximately how much affordable housing would have been required if the 400 condos were built?
So I don't know if there was a specific agreement ever arranged with the county or developed. I know at some point 20 years ago, I remember a 30% number used to float around a lot. So that was fairly standard, but I just.
Yeah, okay. And it looked like it was somewhat vague. The condition didn't have a specific number. It was to be worked out with whatever the county requirement was. But there was, I think, an anticipation by the community, and some would say a reliance, including by regulatory agencies. And I'm going to, again, I will ask the county this. When the development plan, the county development plan for this area was, I don't know if you call it a development plan, but did it anticipate that these many affordable housing units would be developed? Was there some kind of reliance on the part of the county, assuming that this project had gotten their entitlements and there was going to be a 400 condo development? And even if we go conservative 25%, that would have been 100 affordable housing units. And we're no longer going to have that. And I realize you're presenting a very different proposal that does not contemplate any affordable housing units. I realize that the rationale is, well, where our residents won't be taking up affordable units in the community. But nonetheless, there is a substantial potential or anticipation of these many units. And I don't know if you know this, Jeff, I maybe should have asked Mr. Hamilton, but workforce housing. How many people work within the campus, service the campus, that are non-faculty members that, to me, workforce housing is as an alternative, not affordable housing, but a lot of people on Hawaii Island, they work in Kona, but they live in Hilo because they cannot afford it. I would have hoped that the county would have been creative, and rather than saying you're not required to do anything, perhaps you can do some, make some contribution. But do you know how many, what's the employment of non-faculty members that provide service to the campus?
Mr. Simon, can you facilitate an answer to that question? So Commissioner Chang, are you asking that at this point in time or when the project's fully developed, or both?
Both, because the way, based upon the timeline, we're looking at 5 to 10 years. So it's 30 years later from the original entitlement. But let's say, one, how much do you have now on your existing campus? And what would be the total number of non-faculty members who service your campus at the full build out of both campuses?
Yes, so thank you for the question. All of our staff on the campus, that is not just faculty, but all of our operational staff, our administrative staff, all of them serve on the campus as members of Youth with a Mission, and thereby our volunteers So no one has a salaried position. I do not have a salaried position. Everyone raises their own support. And so we're not hiring anyone, whether for any of those functions. We do everything all with our volunteers, with their very skilled
Mr. Hamilton,
professionals.
I think the question is just how many people are there, not how are they funded?
Altogether, we have about 600 staff right now.
And how many do you expect at full build out?
So we expect there to be about 900 and some staff.
So about a 50% or more increase.
That's correct.
Students or 600?
We're talking staff, right?
Correct, not students.
Yeah, so we're looking at having 1,250 students and about, I think the number is around 870, just under 900 staff. And then the children that are associated with them for those who are family members.
Okay, thank you.
So
Mr. Chang.
So Mr. Hamilton, are you saying that, well, let me ask you this question.
And, excuse me, just to clarify those numbers, not all of the staff reside on this property.
Okay.
So all of the students don't commute, all the students are expected to be resident on this property, but 2/3 of our staff reside elsewhere.
So what,
So in Hualalai Village or in Kaminahale, or they have their own rental, or they have purchased a property themselves.
a lot of times community benefits for a proposed project includes employment. So are you telling me that your campus doesn't provide any employment for this community?
Not for our staff functions. Obviously, we buy food and that's trucked in by people, and we calculate currently around $15 million in the community, both as a corporation, as the entity, but also all of our individual staff, and all of which provides jobs and resources for many people.
But as I understand, so now, okay, this is beginning to, now I think I'm beginning to get a picture here. So are you bringing in your staff outside of the state to work on to work and be, and service your community, your FAT campus?
But some of our staff are people from within the state and some come from without. But when they move to Hawaii, they usually come to be residents. So they put down their roots and they become a part of the community.
So you have a very unique little community there, self-contained. They live, many of them live and work there. Not all of them are necessarily from here. You're not providing employment because you don't pay them. So I'm wondering.
But they all are bringing resources in because they all are financed. It's just a different way of being financed. Instead of us charging people and then paying them salaries, they raise their own monies and we are able to provide tuitions for much lower cost for all of our students. So they are being financed. It's just, again, based on, in our language, would be on giving and receiving rather than buying and selling in terms of their employable skills. And so, and those finances that they bring in, just like if they were being salaried by us, are spent in the community. They go to Walmart, they go to Safeway, they go to the local restaurants and all of those other activities. So
I totally understand, but what I'm also hearing you tell me is that you are not providing employment to the residents of Hawaii Island. Some, but most of your staff are not necessarily from Hawaii. Most of your students are not necessarily from Hawaii. That's, I mean, are those accurate statements?
Now, we have an international student body,
Okay.
and we have international staff, and we have a strong focus on Hawaii. And yeah, so we have a significant number, but not exclusively Hawaiian. That's correct.
Okay.
I think in terms of when we do have times when we employ people, you know, we have particularly like these construction areas, we need electricians or engineers, or at times we have those functions that we can provide within ourselves. But many times when we do employ someone, all the people we employ are Hawaiian. They're local, they're residents. We don't, when we have a function that we can't provide through our self-sustaining finances, we're not giving money to others coming in from outside. All of that is employment for Hawaiians, contractors, construction, electrical, and other kinds of providers, service providers.
I think when you say Hawaiians, you're not necessarily mean ethnic Hawaiians,
people-
just people from, yeah.
People who live in
Okay.
West Hawaii, in
Right.
the Kailua Kona community,
Okay.
some of whom are Hawaiian or Pacific Island
Right.
ethnicity, and some that do not, or Portuguese background or Japanese background or whatever.
Okay. Thank you. You've greatly enlightened me. I didn't quite understand your your
At some,
community.
at some point, since you understand, you could explain it to me.
But thank you.
I thank you for your patience and effort to understand. If at some point, like I mentioned earlier today, if the commission would love to have a meeting, we'd love to host you in the future time if that was fit your agenda and we could serve you in that way.
Appreciate it.
Perhaps that would help you see things more up close and personal. So thank you for your questions and your interest.
And I appreciate your candor. I guess, like I said, a lot of times we look at community benefits. And in this particular case, it's not like we're looking at workforce housing. It's not like we're looking at employment. I mean, you're doing a lot of volunteer work and you're adding to sort of the sub-market, you buy produce and stuff, but there's not a real direct community benefit from the campus. Most of your students aren't from here. I mean, I think, and I don't in any way mean to diminish what because you bring great value, undoubtedly great value. And you have a very successful program, but I guess I am looking at kind of community benefit contribution. So thank you very much, Mr. Hamilton. I think, Jeff, a lot of the questions that I have, I think I get it now. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Other commissioners? I just have a couple, Jeff, or Mr. Simon. Who owns the land?
I believe the land's held in the name of University of the Nations Kona Inc., the petitioner before you.
Both the petition and the.
That's correct.
I heard a yes, but who owns the land? Just say it for the record.
My apologies for not being clear. The University of the Nations Kona Inc., who is the petitioner in this docket, owns both the existing campus and the petitioner in fee simple.
Okay. Mr. Overton, back to the backbone infrastructure. I'm just a little confused. I think it's me. I think you can easily clarify this, but there are different phases of development in the petition area. And phase one, I think you said, is the backbone infrastructure for the entire petition area, not just the portion that would be developed in phase one. Is that correct?
I don't have a plan. When I characterize backbone infrastructure, that would mean, a major connecting roadway in there. So the spine roadway, which is basically kind of a rugged driveway right now, would become an actual formal spine roadway that connect Malkamakai. Water lines that service, these are the main water mains, the sewer system that would connect upper and lower to the system.
Well, let me clarify. Some projects come before this commission in multi-phases and they divide up the backbone infrastructure by phase also.
Right.
So if it has 4 phases, they might only do the backbone that supports the first phase.
Yeah.
And then later do the second phase, and later do the third phase of the backbone infrastructure. Other projects will come before us and do all the backbone infrastructure for all phases.
Right.
What are you proposing to do?
I think this is the clarity that Commissioner Ohigashi was asking for as well, is more detail on that layout. So I would answer it saying that the phase 1 component would be the main elements and the phase 1 sites connected to it. You would not run a roadway and a sewer line to a project that would be built 10 years from now, say a remote dorm location or something like that, because that's out there in the future. You size your pipes and your roadway connections to be able to service that, but that would be an incremental phase. That's my understanding of it. I don't have the benefit of a detailed build out. So it's the major spine infrastructure and then site development infrastructure for phase 1.
So who in the
understanding of that?
Who in the EIS process is going to be developing that breakdown of what is built when?
It's going to be a combination of the development team at University of Nations here. I'm looking over my shoulder at Tom Waddle. He's kind of the boots on the ground developing that. And then our Paul Matsuda and our civil engineering group would be putting it together in a preliminary engineering report and presenting it in greater detail than we've shown today.
So let me echo Commissioner Ohigashi's desire and request that we have a clear breakdown of not only what will be done, but what each element of it will cost and when those investments will be made on a timeline. Commissioner Ohigashi, is that what you're looking for as well?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. One thing I didn't see, and it's critical to include, and maybe it's there under another heading, is the impact that this project will have on climate change. We expect that to be a fundamental part of any EIS that comes before this commission on a going forward basis. So that would be during the construction phases as distinguished from the ongoing operation of the campus. And then I see beautiful renderings with big lawn areas over areas which are now, I presume, to be mostly lava rock. So what will be the impact of watering those lawns in the future versus what's going on today? And so ideally, I'd be looking for life cycle climate change impacts of this project.
Greenhouse gas analysis.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Broken down by construction phase versus operating phase of the project.
Our firm actually did one for another project on Kauai, which I believe you reviewed.
I am very familiar with that. And at the same time, I think that's going to become the norm going forward.
Right.
And this commission is required and being asked all the time to make sure that we consider that fully. So I'm just giving you a heads up. Don't come here with a draft EIS that doesn't have it.
Okay. Thank you. We have experience with that, so we expect to prepare that.
Thank you. I don't have anything further, commissioners. Okay, petitioner, anything further you want to add at this point in time?
Yeah, nothing further at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. County, it's your turn.
Good afternoon. Susanna Chiapula, Corp Counsel for Planning Department. The previous recommendation made by the county that the Land Use Commission not revert the subject area to its former agricultural land use classification or change it to some other classification remains the county's present position. In our previous position statements, we had provided justification for the urban classification, and this reasoning remains accurate at the current time. As previously noted, the county's land use pattern allocation guide map in its general plan designates the subject area as being appropriate for medium density urban land uses, such as village and neighborhood commercial, single and multiple family residential, and related functions, up to 35 units per acre. This position is further supported by the fact that the surrounding properties are primarily classified as state land use urban and are zoned by the county as residential or commercial village districts. Based on the Kona Community Development Plan, this project is located within the Kona urban area, and this project is appropriate. Thus, it's the county's position that the present urban classification remains the most appropriate state land use classification. We respectfully request that the commission find the subject area appropriately classified as urban. I do understand that there are questions from the commissioners related to affordable housing. Deputy Director Darrow is prepared to respond.
Thank you. Do you have any prepared statement you want to make in that regard?
There was, good afternoon.
I swear you in as a state your name and affiliation, and then I'll swear you.
Jeff Darrow with County Planning Department Deputy Director.
Mr. Garrow, you swear the testimonies about to give is the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Giovanni, Executive Officer Oren Decker, and members of the Land Use Commission. There was question. Affordable housing is included. That's right.
Oh, did the whole system go on? Riley, how do I fix that? I didn't touch anything.
Testing 1, 2. Okay, try again.
This one too, okay.
Gina, you made the trip. Okay, back on the record and back on the microphone.
Yeah, good afternoon, Chair Giovanni, Executive Officer Oren Decker, and members of the Land Use Commission. Normally, at this stage in the land use process, there is a general condition that's placed on a land use docket requiring affordable housing be considered in the actual land use process. When the application for a change of zone comes into the planning department, we have a standardized condition that the applicant work with our Office of Housing and Community Development to be able to have a housing agreement identifying the affordable housing units that'll be required for that project. The information in regards to what percentage that would be falls under our Hawaii County Code, Chapter 11, our housing code. It's normally 20%. That's the normal figure. There are times that applicants propose more, and as a response, they get affordable housing credits in regards to those excess affordable housing units. In this particular case, I know that there was questions in regards to what would be that number in regards to the proposal. When you look at Chapter 11, it does not really identify dormitories as a type of housing. And I think that's unique. And so that's something that when the applicant goes through the change of zone and works with Office of Housing and Community Development to initiate this housing agreement, that's when they will determine whether or not this concept triggers the need for affordable housing requirements or if it does not. As far as I remember, I don't recall an application coming before us with that request for dormitories, other than in a university. But that was all part of that particular project, and I don't believe it triggered at that point.
Thank you, Mr. Garrow.
Thank you.
Commissioners, I know Commissioner Chang, you said you were going to ask some questions to the county. Why don't you proceed?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Darrow. Thank you for, oh, is it,
It's on.
oh, it's on. Okay. I just got to get closer. Hello?
Yeah.
Okay, better. All right. So, let me just kind of go back. The original DNO back in 2003 contemplated a 400 unit condo. And now the proposal is to essentially eliminate that. If that 400 unit condo was to have been developed, could you give me an estimate of what would have been the affordable housing requirement?
It would have been 20%, which is approximately 80 units.
80 units. So when you apply the county ordinance on your affordable housing requirement, are you looking at the type of development that it is in determining what the requirement is?
Correct. And that's all stated within Chapter 11. The trigger is the rezoning itself. And so the type of rezoning will be the trigger in the amount of units that are requested. If you request a rezoning that results in 4 or fewer homes or lots, it's not a trigger. Anything 5 or beyond will be a trigger for the affordable housing requirement.
So when you say rezoning, it's a county rezoning.
Correct.
Okay. So in this case, with the change proposal of dormitory use, you are anticipating that there may not be a affordable housing trigger.
I apologize. I'm just not sure. This is unique, and this is a call that will be made by the administrator with the Office of Housing and Community Development.
Do you have any discretion? Does the county have any discretion in exercising a requirement base, even if it's doesn't, it doesn't necessarily trigger, it's not based upon units, but it's a very large scale development project. Do you have any discretion on requiring housing?
There, as we go through the process of rezonings, normally we'll receive the application, the planning department. We will ultimately start with our standard conditions, which is the applicant has to comply with the affordable housing requirements that would be triggered and to establish an affordable housing agreement with OHCD. As it goes through the process, it goes before the Planning Commission and ultimately through the County Council. I've observed more recently, I should say, projects that are pressured to provide more affordable housing options. And I'm not saying pressure in a bad way. I just think that that's the new norm moving forward, that projects, the commission and the council are really wanting to see applicants consider that option of either affordable housing or workforce housing. And that's happened recently a number of times.
That's good to hear. I mean, I think because obviously the Land Use Commission, we get challenged with that. That's just a critical issue here in Hawaii and more so. So I'm glad that that is something that the county is moving in that direction. Because,
If I may,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang, I'm sorry to
No.
interrupt. We are currently Office of Planning or Office of Community Development is also preparing to do a major change to their role. So that is, they've hired a consultant to look at it and come up with proposals to move forward with that amendment. And so there's going to be quite a big change coming up in the near future with affordable housing requirements under Chapter 11. And I would venture to say that that could have been a result of actions that occurred previously that we're all aware of. So those kind of things are we're seeing changes happen.
well, I appreciate hearing that as well. Because, Mr. Dow, do you know whether when the county was going through their development planning process, the potential affordable housing requirement for this project in any way contributed to the county development plans for the Kona district?
I can't answer that specifically. I would say generally a project that was proposed already and on the books was just accepted as part of the overall review. So if they were, when we looked at particular areas in Kona, there was a number of projects that were that had received entitlements but had not been constructed at that point. And not only in Kona, in other community development plans as well.
Okay, well, thank you for that clarification. I just know that there's a big housing, just workforce housing rental. People from Hilo and Kona having to travel back and forth. So I don't have any further questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Darrow.
Thank you, Commissioner. Where am I? Commissioner Ohigashi.
Mr. Darrow, maybe I was hearing it wrong and couldn't see too well on the TV, but I thought the County of Hawaii sent a letter indicating that there will be no housing requirement, affordable housing requirement.
That may be true. And again, that would be a letter that would have come from the Office of Housing and Community Development. But again, until a project ends up going through the change of zone process and the environmental impact statement, that project is solidified and is approved through the change of zone process, and those conditions are placed on it, that's when we see the actual affordable housing requirements come to fruition.
So, Mr. Darrow, it would be wrong for the LUC to rely upon that letter as part of evidence as a case in chief for this particular matter. Is that right?
Well,
What are you telling me?
it's part of the record, and it was a statement. I see Derek's about to speak, but
I know, but he won't get a chance to.
yeah, no problem. What I would say is, again, until the change of zone is approved, as I just mentioned with Commissioner Chang, things happen through the process. And so until that's solidified, we're looking at a project that is as being proposed at this time, but until that change of zone is approved, that's when we see the requirement to have to go before the Office of Housing and Community Development and establish that agreement.
Let me ask you a hypothetical then. Let's suppose that the County of Hawaii, I'm getting Mr. Simon's disease, I think. But let's say the County of Hawaii decides pass legislation to include a definitional section saying, hey, you have to consider dormitories
Right.
as part of this tomorrow, let's say, or before this project is even filed a motion to amend.
Yeah.
And you have the Land Use Commission having that particular part of the DNO saying, hey, you gotta You gotta deal with the county for affordable housing.
Sure.
Is that right?
Yeah.
That letter would not be applicable to this project. Wouldn't that be true?
At this, I'm again, here's.
No, it's a hypothetical question.
Yeah,
I'm
it
just
is.
asking you these.
All I can say is that, as mentioned, chapter 11 is going through changes. Things happen through the process. I won't, anything can happen. And as mentioned, I've never seen a project with dormitories being proposed. So I just, that administrator back then said dormitories didn't trigger. Things have changed. So we'll just see how the project.
In fact, the county of Hawaii could ask for a declaratory ruling as to whether or not the condition that the Land Use Commission has placed in this matter would include dormitories. Isn't that true?
Sure.
I don't have.
Whether we will.
I don't have any more questions for you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner, I allow questions of this witness if you would like to make them.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. So Jeff, Commissioner Chang said earlier, she's a process.
Please use his last name.
Sorry, Mr. Darrow. Commissioner Chang mentioned earlier she's a process person, and I can appreciate that. What I think you were trying to convey to the commission is that we're on a somewhat of a linear track in that the Land Use Commission is looking at a little bit higher of an altitude view of the project. But when the project comes in for zoning, you look at things a little more specifically, and that's when the county can actually make its determination.
Correct.
And that's reflected in the Land Use Commission's condition, which says whatever the county says. You have to do. And to clarify your point to Commissioner Ohigashi, I don't think the university ever took the position that this letter means, we don't have to go back and talk to Office of Housing and Community Development, but it was simply an interpretation we obtained from the then director on chapter 11.
Correct. And again, there's going to be as processes that occur after this, and through those processes, things may change, and the condition will remain, and our condition will say you have to comply with your condition, and our condition will say you need to, if required, you'll need to get an affordable housing agreement. And chapter 11 may change and make it very clear that dormitories are a requirement for affordable housing. At this point, it's just unclear.
Thank you, Mr. Darrow. And I just wanted to clarify for Commissioner Ohigashi that, the commissioner is going to comply with the law as it's written. So at the, when the rezoning, when this issue actually has to get worked out with the Office of Housing, that they will comply with the chapter 11 of the Housing Code for the County of Hawaii. Thank you.
Office of Planning, do you have any questions for this witness?
Chair,
We get back to the motion.
Just no questions. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Chang.
I just want to ask clarifying with Mr. Simon. Oh my God, I lost my train of thought.
While you're thinking, I'll take one. Mr. Darrow. I'm not talking specific to this project. I'm just talking in general terms. I think I heard you say that if the county is reviewing a project and that project doesn't trigger any affordable housing requirements, it's that the county may still impose affordable housing requirements on the developer for other reasons. For example, hypothetically, if it creates 350 new jobs in the area, it may require some workforce, pressure them to do some workforce housing as part of their project. Is that correct?
I would say yes. And again, just using previous examples that have occurred recently, projects have come before the commission and the council, and they question the amount of affordable housing or workforce housing that were connected to that project and the overall project that it was a part of. And so in discussions, the applicant as well as the commission and council were able to come up to increase those numbers as part of an approval for the project.
Understood.
Yeah.
So in the instant case, we have a situation in which the developer or the petitioner is not proposing any housing whatsoever. So there's no luxury housing, and so there's no automatic trigger of affordable housing as a percentage of those housing. Nonetheless, they are proposing a development that will increase the number of staff members by as many as 350 to 450 people, families perhaps, which will put an increased demand on housing in the area. In consideration of that, what you're testifying says to me is that the county may or may not take that into consideration to impose some additional affordable housing or workforce housing requirement.
I think my point is that it's premature for me to answer that at this time, because again, I've never seen a requirement placed on dormitories.
Yeah, I'm not asking if it will or will not impose it, just that it has
Sure.
the discretion to consider things other than the trigger.
So that's what happens through the process is as a part of that, those questions come up. And usually as a result of that, there's collaboration between the applicant and the commission and the council to be able to come up with a win-win.
Okay. Commissioners, any other questions?
Number,
Uh-oh,
my senior moment. Thank you.
Commissioner Chang.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, got a clarification or concurrence from Mr. Simon. That you would agree that if the land use commission, assuming you go through the EIS and there's a modification, land use commission approves a modification and amendment, that the land use commission could also change any one of those conditions as well.
I would agree that the land use commission has has discretion in the conditions it's imposed. I have to think a minute about how that relates to affordable housing. Under the system and how the commission approaches it it's a matter enforced by the county. So I don't want to give you an answer that's not well thought out there.
I guess my only point was, I think you were suggesting to Mr. Darrell that, but that's okay. But I think going back to Mr. Darrell's point, it's just not ripe. We don't have the EIS. We don't have what the final plan will be. We know that it's different from what we originally approved.
Yeah.
So it's just not right. Everything that we're talking about is quite speculative. Things may change, the law may change, your ordinance may change, the project may change. So, and we may hear different comments from the commission. So I think we would all agree there are some parameters and guidelines, but nothing at this point in time is set in stone. We still have to await your EIS.
I would completely agree with that. So I think both myself and my client greatly appreciate the commission's concerns over affordable housing. It's on the forefront of even people with young kids like myself. You think about it, and it's very real. But we're doing, what we're talking about right now is the environmental impact statement. The motion to amend will follow that. That's when the commission can really get into the nitty gritty of it, look at the project that's, actually up for approval. Part of the EIS process is you can't stay rigid through it. You have to take in information. You have to respond to new information and concerns. And so, yeah, I would agree that it's too early to kind of put a final note on this, including the fact that there could be changes in the law. And again, we didn't file that letter from the Office of Housing and Community Development to rub anybody's nose in it. It was just to say, like, we engaged with the county. We wanted to get an answer, and that was the answer we got.
Yep, appreciated that. I mean, it obviously led to a lot more discussion here. And I think Mr. Overton has gotten some really good information during our discussion today about alternatives that should be considered as part of the EIS. So I think worthy conversations today. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Chang.
Thank you. Commissioners, anything further? Commissioner.
Chair, I have a question for Mr. Darrow. What would be, if this land is rezoned, what would be the classification that the city, the county of Hawaii would give to this parcel of land under the petition?
It would actually be the applicant's request, but in speaking to them, it appears that there are two possibilities because of the mixed use nature of the project. And that would be to keep it in commercial, village commercial, or possibly project district, which provides quite a flexibility for the design of the project. That might be more appropriate as well because the Kona Community Development Plan identifies half of this parcel being in the transit-oriented development area for the Waiaha Village neighborhood center. So those two, I'm guessing those are the two that they would consider.
Yeah, mahalo. The reason why I ask is because the conversations around workforce housing or affordable housing. Currently, the land classification that the University of Nations has for the facility that is currently standing is apartments. So my next question, or my follow-up question is, what is the county's definition of that land classification?
Of multiple family?
No, the land classification is apartments.
Yeah, our classification is multiple family residential.
So that
RM, you'll see RM on the land use map, and that stands for multiple family residential.
I just had to ask for the record because of the conversations around affordable housing, that if in fact this land is classified apartments and your definition of that is multiple family homes.
Yeah.
I ask, why would we award that classification if it is in fact not going to service the families in Hawaii?
Okay. I mean, they're kind of two separate. We're speaking about the first part that's already developed, correct? Okay. Yeah, this sounds like it's going to take a little different direction. But those particular zonings that we're talking about will allow not only the multiple family, but much more flexibility as far as design as well.
Mahalo for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, hello. Sorry, I struggle with that.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Yamane.
Question for the petitioner and Mr. Simon. Thank you. New commissioner question again. As I look at your motion to amend, you're projected to have a 30-year build out in 10-year phases, as I read that correctly. Is it fair to say that, you know, if we go through this process, that maybe in 5 years, this project is still connected to the original order that said there was going to have 400 affordable homes?
Well, that's certainly not our hope. You know, I mean, that's why we're here today, is because we want to amend the decision order. Sorry, I don't know if you can hear me. We want to amend the decision order. You know, it's not aligned with the goals of the university or its values.
Understanding that, but as you look through the procedural history, would you say that, like me as a new commissioner, I'm going back and I see the 2003 order, if we go 5 years, 10 years from now on our current path, would you say that if you look back, it's still connected to this original?
I won't hedge anymore. You know, I will say this, you know, Ms. Garson and myself and the current leadership at the university got involved in this project in 2019. And there's really been a significant amount of work. I think you saw the list of studies. You saw the past archaeological work, which is very thorough. You know, there was momentum, you know, and COVID was something everybody had to deal with. It hit the university hard, but they had momentum. I think they can get that back. I think they're ready to go, that, you know, they understand the situation they're in. They want to carry out their purpose. They want to continue to serve the community. So, you know, I can't give you a percentage, but yeah, I don't think so. I think this project's going to keep moving along.
Yeah, and I think I'm not denying that the project is going through. I guess my concern is, no matter what happens, as long as it's connected to the original order, procedurally, people will look back. And even I was looking at the order sign, it was signed from someone from Kauai 20 years ago that I know.
Yeah.
And he'll say, hey, you guys rescinded what we did. 20, what are you guys doing? Not knowing
Yeah.
all the work, the revisions that you guys been doing. And I guess my question is even to the commission, would it have been cleaner to just file a new petition for a boundary amendment instead of doing a motion to amend?
You know, I respect that question. I don't think so. I think that's it. You know, if the concern is delay and the lapse of time, that's just going to cause further delay and more time to lapse. I think it's a step backwards instead of a step forward. And there might be situations in which that would be appropriate. I don't think that's the situation here. Again, significant studies have been done. They've started the EIS process. You know, you heard Mr. Overton earlier. We're hoping and anticipating a final draft published, you know, end of 2023, which would, you know, assuming that process goes well, would put us before the commission in 2022 on a motion amend most likely. So I think we're in striking distance. I don't think the commission's going to have to wait 5 years to get that answer you're looking for. I think we're there.
Okay, thank you for questions. No more questions.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Okay, if no further questions, OPSD, what do you have to say?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. We're here today on a status conference, so let me try to limit my discussion to those particular issues. Let's start with a very abbreviated overview of where we are. In 2003, a district boundary amendment was granted. 17 years later, nothing had been done, and a motion to amend was filed. Because obviously after 17 years, things change, plans change, so did this plan. It admittedly took a while, but in 2020, the issue was addressed and it was determined that an EIS needed to first be done. So where are we now? We need to get an EIS approved, then a motion to amend needs to be filed. You're either going to approve it or you're going to deny it. If you grant the motion to amend, they will then need to do fundraising. And after the fundraising, they will then need to do construction. That would be the order in which things are done. Where are we now? We're still at the EIS stage. So the EISPN has been granted. A number of consultants have completed their portion of the EIS, which is significant and does show things have moved forward. And we certainly understand the extenuating circumstances of the pandemic, which has made the completion of the EIS problematic. So we are happy to see that they are anticipating that the draft EIS will be filed in the first or second quarter of 2023. There is still more to be done. You still need to get further public comments. A final EIS must be drafted, submitted to you, and you need to approve it. And then we can do the motion to amend. So there's a lot more to do. We certainly have to acknowledge that this project has taken some time. It's taken more time than it should. Projects should not take 20 years to get done. That's not how the system is made. It anticipates that projects will be done actually in 10 years. But we are here today, and I think the way we're looking at this is we're ready to move forward. We're ready to look forward, but we are not forgetting the past. We know the context of this matter is within this long time frame of inactivity. So while we certainly want to give a reasonable amount of time to get these things completed, I think the status conference has, if nothing else, made clear to everyone that feet will be held to the fire and that this needs to move forward. That if there's any thought that we're going to take 2 years or 5 years to finish the EIS, that should not be anyone's goal. Everyone should be moving forward as quickly as reasonably possible to complete this process, because it really has taken too long. Willing to take however much time it takes to complete it, don't want to take any more of that time. With that said, we are satisfied that of the current status, and we will look forward to receiving the EIS EIS next year soon. And then I think after we receive it, I think more can be decided at that point. I think I will just have one other comment, and that is with respect to Commissioner Chang's question on amendments, on a motion to amend, just to give you a preview. I think OPSD generally believes that the Land Use Commission has the authority to impose conditions on a motion to amend when it is in reaction to or when it is because of the amendment. So if there's a revision to the plan and that plan has different impacts, certainly additional conditions can be placed to mitigate those impacts. We don't think actually the LUC is allowed to impose additional conditions just because it's reconsidering. That decision got made. You can certainly deny the motion, but if you grant the motion to amend, it's really not an opportunity to look back and say, you know, on this other part of the project, which is not being changed at all, we want to impose additional conditions because we've changed our minds. That unfortunately, that decision got made in 2003, and we all just, I think, need to live with it. And with that, I am available for questions.
Thank you. Commissioners, questions for Mr. Lee? Commissioner Chang.
Obviously, I can't let that one go, Mr. But I mean, I think you would agree with us that based upon the presentations by the petitioners, the project has changed substantially. The major two components of the project, the 400 condo, affordable housing units connected, the cultural center, which was the primary focus of the LUC DNO, is no longer the focus. It is really going to be an educational institution and a campus. So I think I would unfortunately disagree that I think we have some latitude and it depends upon what the EIS comes up with. It depends upon what the community says. But I think that we do have latitude, that this is the alternative is we would deny and you come back and we start all over again. And I suspect that the petitioner does not want us to do that. It's better to modify some of the conditions rather than starting again. So and by that time I'll be off the commission, so you won't have to worry about me. But I think the LUC would have some latitude in making some changes to conditions, modifying conditions appropriately depending upon the new project that's approved.
Thank you.
Could I just briefly respond?
Did she ask you a question?
I believe, I just want to be clear about where the disagreement is or is not. There's certain things I think I agree with her, but I just want to be clear.
I will give you the opportunity to comment further.
I think, for example, if the new amendment proposes additional campus housing or additional campus staffing and additional students that were not originally anticipated, the impacts of that upon affordable housing or housing generally could be considered because it's an amendment, it's revision. And that's the basis by which the LUC would want to base any additional conditions on. It would not want to simply say, for example, traffic is not being impacted at all, but I would really want you to put in this intersection. So it's not a time to sort of just incorporate sort of an irrelevant part of it just because you want something else. That's all I'm trying to say, that when you base your decision, base it upon the revision. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's limit it there as far as what's going to happen down the road. Anybody else? Commissioner Ohigashi.
I just want to make a comment, not to Mr. Yee's statement, but to what has been going on today. And I appreciate the petitioner and their attorneys coming here and giving us an update. I appreciate meeting President Hamilton. I think he got to the position when his namesake, I guess, never got there. But what is important to me is this, is that there is a signal to the petitioner, as well as the county, that we really need something, affordable housing. And it's much more healthier than to come up with an agreement between the parties about that, then be forced upon it through a new condition. And to solve problems by being proactive and recognizing that this is something good for the community, maybe a mechanism that we can go forward with to assist in this matter, to get this matter resolved. Otherwise, I always, like in the practice of law, you always told that it's much better that people reach an agreement because they won't go through the loopholes. If there is if there's a force upon condition that the LUC may feel is necessary, it will be much more difficult to deal with than something that the parties can agree to and come up with to help alleviate what everybody agrees is a pressing problem. That's my only comment.
Thank you, Commissioner. The chair has no questions at this time. So Mr. Simon, give you the last opportunity for rebuttal or further comments.
No, I just want to take a brief moment to thank the county and the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development for their positions today. We look forward to working closely with them throughout the EIS process and what may come after that. I also want to thank the commission staff and everybody for their time. I know it's a big lift to get everybody here in one place with all this equipment and however many mics working, and it's a lot. And so, and our client appreciates it. I think I kind of summed it up earlier. I think the project really had momentum. I think a lot of work's been done. I think they're back in stride again. And so I'm optimistic that this is going to proceed as it should. And so I don't have a ton to add beyond that. Again, I think the university is a good organization. It's intended to do good. That's its mission. That's its purpose. This campus expansion will allow it to do more good. And I think that's something that we should all support. And I don't have anything further than that.
Thank you.
Chair.
Commissioners, any further questions or comments for any of the parties before we consider deliberations? Hearing none, I'm going to once again see if there's anyone from the public that wishes to testify at this point in time. Do we see anyone from the public? Is anyone from the public? Hearing none, we'll proceed. Commissioners, this is a status report and we're not required to take any action at this time. If no action is taken, the requirement of continued annual status reports will remain. However, if the commission feels that its concerns have not been addressed based on the comments and responses provided by the petitioner, the chair will entertain a motion that either the petitioner status report has not sufficiently addressed the commission's concerns and that further meetings or status updates are necessary to provide the opportunity to do so at a future date to be determined by the LUC staff. So that's one option. Or you may make a motion that there is reason to believe that the petitioner will not adhere to the conditions set forth in the decision and order and request that the staff move forward with a formal order to for a show cause proceeding. So those are the options, 1, 2, and 3. Take no action or to take one of those two actions. So is there further discussion, commissioners, or questions at this point? Hearing none, we'll enter into deliberations. Commissioners, the chair will entertain a motion regarding how the commission shall proceed on this matter. What is your pleasure? Commissioner Oigashi.
I move that we accept the status report and that this matter be moved on with yearly status reports. However, I would like to note that I would hope that the EIS is delivered to us in the first half of 2023.
Do I have a second to that motion?
Mr. Chair, I'll second the motion.
So I have a motion by Commissioner Higashi, which has been seconded by Commissioner Chang. So the motion is to continue with the status reports on a as scheduled basis. I think that simply said, that's the motion. In his commentary, and I'm going to give the Commissioner Higashi the opportunity to expand on his comments and support of the motion. And all commissioners will comment as well if they so choose. And you'll also hear what we're looking for on a going forward basis as we consider this motion. Mr. Higashi, Commissioner Higashi, would you like to speak further in support of your
Yes,
motion?
the only reason why I said that I would like to have hopefully the EIS done is based upon Group 70's presentation, the first half of 2023. The other thing too, if it's not done within the 2023, I think that the commission on its own motion can ask for another status hearing.
Thank you. Mr. Chang, would you like to comment
Thank you.
on your second?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did appreciate the summation by Mr. Yee on where we are. And I think that accurately reflects where we are. I also appreciate Mr. Simon. I think there is reason to be optimistic. You have a good team. I think I appreciated the presentation by Mr. Hamilton. It gave me a better understanding of your institution and your method of financing. I think Mr. Overton's presentation was very helpful in giving us a status report on all of the studies that have been completed and he anticipates that are completed. You seem to have a very good team and the momentum is moving forward. I think this status conference in person was necessary. As we can tell, I think it really helped, at least for me, clarify some of the questions that I had. But I think you now know what our concerns are, at least what my concerns are. I generally don't hold those back. You know where I'm coming from. But thank you very much. This was extremely helpful. I think also the county understands what our concerns are. So thank you. I have nothing further, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, other commissioners? Comment on the motion? Commissioner Yamani.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, everybody, petitioners, Mr. Simon, County, OPSD for putting up with my questions, trying to get up to speed. So I appreciate all the insight and the context that you provided. I'll be voting in favor of this motion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner.
Mahalo, Mr. Chair. I appreciate everyone today, so mahalo. I will also be in support of the motion. I'm satisfied with the status report.
Thank you. So the chair will also be supporting the motion. I absolutely agree with Commissioner Chang. This status report, this update today was absolutely necessary. In its absence, there were growing concerns and questions about this project and whether it would ever go anywhere or was going anywhere. I think it's unusual to, as Mr. Lee tried to bring out in his questioning, to take on a project of this magnitude, over $100 million, and not have and just depend on the financing that'll come through if and when we need it. Nonetheless, that seems to be a business model that has worked for the University of Nations around the world, and I credit you for that. I have the faith that you're going to get the money. I don't know where I get it, but I have the faith you're going to get the money. But you need a good plan. And I'm with Commissioner Higashi. I want to see a bomb-proof EIS, and that's what we'll be looking for. And the sooner the better. We want to see that. And as far as our primary concern which is what happened to the housing that was originally planned for this development. I took the testimony of the petitioner to say that that the final design of the project is still somewhat fluid. And I would really encourage you to find a way, if possible, to incorporate some workforce housing in your plans. You're taking on 300 people. care how you fund their jobs. You got 300 plus new jobs coming into that piece of property. They got to live somewhere. And you're going to put an increased demand on that area if you don't help. So you haven't triggered it, as Mr. Darrow said from the county. It doesn't seem that you've triggered the requirement for that housing, but I would really encourage you, if you want to do what you want to do in this particular part of the world, and we really need you to take care of some housing along the way. So please consider that as you finalize your plans and work it into it. I will support this motion. Hearing nothing else, Mr. Orndanker, will you take a roll call vote?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The motion is to accept the status report and move the matter on with annual status reports and a timely presentation of the environmental impact statement by 2023. Commissioner Ohigashi.
Aye.
Commissioner Chang.
Aye.
Commissioner Atta.
Aye.
Commissioner Kamakeo Halo.
Aye.
Commissioner Yamani.
Aye.
Chair Giovanni.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The motion passes unanimously with 6 votes.
Thank you. And thank you, mahalo to all the parties who've made the trip here today and participated in good faith with us. We really appreciate it. It was, and I also want a special thanks to the LEC staff for pulling this off here in Hilo in one day. So thank you guys, all of you. And thank you to the public that did choose to participate and for all of your presentations. There's no further business. That concludes our meeting. Meeting is adjourned.